All right. Hello. Hello. Hi. What's up, Drew? You're going in at 2, right? So I guess you could hang around for a little bit. Um, I'm also planning on covering the Ashes of Creation stream whenever that drops. But I'm planning on playing for the whole day. So probably when you get back, I'll still be on, which is sick. But without further ado, uh, the uh, the stream should be at 2, so we have some time. Ugh. 8. Should I have a death counter? Tell me that right now. Should I have a death counter? Because I could put one up. You leave in like 9 minutes? Yes? Oh, shit. Alright. Alright. Just for you. Just for you, Drew. Death counter it is. I have to make it, though. But I can do it real quick. Oh. Have to find my font. Do 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 do. Is my emote wall not on? It isn't. There we go. Emote wall has been released. My apologies. Woo, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Where is the thing? The thing. Man, what? Oh, it's a Google font. Okay. That's a lot of Charlies on my face. It's getting moist in here. Google font. It has to be Goog. Okay. Def. 0. Hold on. Background. It's getting moist. Outline. Yes. Outline color. Yes. Done. Deaths. Where should I put this? Right there. I suppose. Make it a little bigger. Alright, sick. Well, let's get this going, huh? Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. Oh. Boy, oh boy. Config loaded. Elden Ring. Ah, flashbang out. Ah! So I've heard some things about this here video game and how the PC version is a little stuttery and how people don't really appreciate that. Mission failed. Mission proceeds apace. Haha. Accept. Collect my data for a better playing experience in the future. But first, I want this to be borderless. Are you seeing this? Huh. Oh, here we go. There we go. It wouldn't do the thing. Oh. Advanced settings. Motion blur. Frick off. Shadows. Medium. I kind of want to do stuff to ease the pain of FPS drops. So, if things don't look amazing, I'm sorry. What would give me the most bang for my buck? I want the game to look pretty. Copium, great game. Alright. Auto target. Okay. Sure. Well, I can change things. Jump is A? Makes sense. I just beat. That's a lot of moist criticals. In my face. Skill. Guard. Guard is left bumper. I think we need to change that. Cool. Yes, we are playing with a controller. Because I'm not doing a Souls game with a mouse and keyboard. It's not happening. I don't care what people say, man. This is Xbox controller time. That's good. Next. Yes, yes. Show me the settings that I already looked at. Opening cutscene? Oh, deaths. Hold on. I need to do something with the death counter. Hold on. Just give me my face back, please. 1 second. Looking at things. Ugh. Okay. Show and hide. Add, subtract. That makes sense. Done. Now, if I hit this button, it's not working. No! What is happening? Put the death counter at the top, bottom, left middle, right side on the left middle of the screen. Bro, that doesn't help me. That's not what I'm doing anyways. I'm trying to, like, hotkey it. but I think I had to restart Streamlabs to do that, and I'm not doing that, so... I'll put it in the bottom. That way it's like the least intrusive. I guess. It works there. Alright. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Vagabond, warrior, hero, bandit, astrologer, prophet, samurai, prisoner, confessor, and wretch. Blind. Stargazer. Bandito. Naked Granny. Step Warrior. Another Step Warrior. And a Knight. Also, an alien. I don't know what I want to be. Oh, now I can see. 14 Faith, 12 Dex, 12 Strength. You can't make me be Naked Granny, by the way. It's not happening. It's not happening. 14 Dex, 14 Int. Prisoner seems to be a magic boy. Samurai's not bad, has high dex, but Katana boy. He has a bow and arrow though. 16 Faith. So this is the healer class. And what is this? Paladino? Thief. Big ol' axe with a lot of strength. So this is a dexterity version of that? I feel like these two are the same, kinda. This is just a dex version of this guy, kinda. Sorta. They have different levels that they start out, too. This one's level 10, right off the rip. 3. Okay. Well, I'll be around. Okay, I have to figure out what I want to be, dude. The heck is mind? Is that like healing power? This is just a sword and board. Same as Knight? Knight has a halberd. What is that, nunchucks? Sure. Name. Hold on. Mighty Carl. Enter. Okay. Sure. Keepsake. Medallion inlaid with crimson amber increases maximum HP. I guess you have to hold that? Or use it? Well, gold grace is shining in the eyes of the people of the lands in between, used to gain many runes. So this is a soul to pop. Golden seed, washed ashore from the lands between, said to reinforce sacred flasks. Okay. That's a shard. Ashes of a small diminutive golems. Ashes are said to hold spirits within. Fanged imp ashes. Now, I know there's summoning in this game, so this is a summoning spell? But they're fanged imps. What if I want better healing? 3 strange cracked pots that somehow mend themselves. A container for certain thrown items. Like sand. Stone sword key. 2 stone keys shaped like swords. Is that what this is? No. Okay. Breaks a seal on imp statues, but can only be used once. 5 sacred branches charged with beguiling power said to originate from the demigod Miquela. Beguiling power. Miquela. Boiled prawn. 5 pieces of boiled prawn boost physical damage negation. Because there's food in this game that has effects that can buff you and stuff. The crazed likeness of a noble whose eyes have been gouged out attracts enemies' aggression. Okay, that's the worst. I'm gonna go golden seed because huh. Wow. Denizens of another world. They were said to bleed silver long ago. And not anymore? Life is typically short. Okay, so this is an Eastern man. So this is a Viking man? Or like a sailor boy? Descended from giants. Yeah, you just look different. Noble blood. Pilgrim. A common face amongst the tarnished. They were all warriors once. Is this just a dude? This is just the dude. Well, I want him to make him look like me, right? How do I do? Let's start with this guy. Yes. Hair. I mean, hold on. Beard. They got my chin scruff. But right now I'm kind of like rocking stubble. It's a full beard. Just go with this. Hair. Warrior of Light. Sure. Keep looking at my face. It just looks black, man. Alright. Full head of hair. Yeah, sure. In all honesty, not really gonna see my face all too much, I don't think. So, I don't really care. Body hair. All the way. Oh. Even I have more than that. Body hair color, match hair, cool. Sure, why not? I like this one. Save it again. Alright. Finish. Yes. Zoop.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Yet.
Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
All right. Deaths seems to be next to my souls. So hold on. Where am I gonna put this? Over here? Maybe over here, to be honest. Hold on. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Maybe we can make it a little smaller. And then do this to it. Hold on. Sick. Way better. So now it has a bit of see-throughness to it. Alright. Cool. I'm happy with that. They put this down. This is a developer message. Behold death. Okay. Good thing I changed that. Okay. Used to write messages in other worlds. Cool. There's a bloodstain here. How did I... Oh, it was left click. Sprint is hold B, right. I left clicked because I wanted to sprint. I will do that a lot. Hello? Okay. I have healing. Oh. Oh. Oh, I have to do this. Ding. Boing. Boing. Alright. I don't have a lot of healing. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's a death. Hold on. Let's let this play out and then I'll update things. One. Although they one-shot me, and that I feel like that was unfair. Screw that. But I would love to know what happens if you do beat that thing. Hello.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all. One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring,
Title drop.
even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Tree. Wow. Hold on. That's because I was clicked out of the game. Healing flasks. Precious item ahead. Nice point. Why is it always dark? I don't know, man. Don't give up, skeleton. I think he did. I'm going down. Plop. Bonfire. Time for night. Praise the light. Try still. Okay. Backstabber. I want to try parry him. Partials. Every day. Oh god. Whew. That delayed attack, though. Hey, try attack me again. I get used to it again. Hey, brother. Guarding. Lol. Okay, now I'm gonna parry you. Yeah. Come on. Look at this fancy footwork, man. Try to hit me. How about you? Woo! Okay. Come on. Why are all these partials, man? Time it better. Unbelievable. Okay. Healing power. Boing. Try legs. Visions of sniping spot? Visions of... Okay. Thanks. You're funny. I have an arrow in my fucking head. So, what? Oh. Can I, like, forward kick, please? Hold on. Forward kick. Forward kick. Is kicking not a thing in this game anymore? Is it a jump? Hold on. Yeah. It's a stagger bar. I see. Hidden path ahead. Boop. Of course not. People died here. Lots of people died here. I keep crouching. Ah. I get another partial, I swear to God. Slice. Behold message. Hold on. Pew. Pew. All I need is FP regen, and I'm golden. You understand? Oh yeah, yeah. It's frickin' like this. Ha ha ha. Nope. Switching weapons is weird. Must be a skill. No! Emotional damage. So jumping and charged attacks. Jump. Hi, hi-ya. Hi, hi-ya. I see. Jumping strong attacks are freaking cool. That's cool. You could probably get a little bit further. Arms? Not here. True. And real. Visions of death. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Guard counters. I like guard counters. Those are good. Okay. Tutorial. I don't believe it. Strength. Wow. And then people died over here, too. Like, what? How? Show me your secret! The bloodstains aren't working. I can't see what they've done. There is frame rate drops. Look at that. It's like. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. 30 minutes. Do, 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 boop, boop, boop. Bum, 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 bum. Part of me thinks it has to be texture that I have to turn down, which is sad. I don't have one of those. To write a gold summon sign, cooperative, blah 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 blah. You take a roll of an ally to defeat the area boss. And then if you get separated, you know where they are. Boop. Oh, so is this what the gargoyles are protecting? I hope I can come back. I mean, there's a grace there, so... Try lever. Give up. Never. I don't look anything like me. We're finally here. And there's our first challenge right there. I hope it doesn't get too framey. But it seems to be stable-ish. Oh yeah, hold on. One golden seed, one sacred tear. So I need a sacred tear. I think that's good. Let's use our golden seed. So 4 and 1. I think that looks good. Because we'll go in this with a full cerulean bar, a full magic bar. And we'll have 1 potion to fill that up if we need to. That'll be like our last-ditch effort heals, you know. And 4 regular healing pots. Sounds cool to me. Hey, what's up, buddy? Okay. So this is the map. Doesn't look too gigantic, but I know that there are caves and dungeons and stuff that go well beyond just the surface area of this map.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the Round Table Hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity. Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me, Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, a path that a tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave. Grace's guidance to Castle Storm, the home of the decrepit. It's to castles if you see.
Okay. Resting. Leaving. So, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen this guy plenty of times get fought, and I understand that, fighting down here, in that area, it's probably not the best idea. Simply because there's apparently some sort of lag that you get down here, as opposed to, like, over there, or over there. So I'm gonna start off by looking around a little bit first, because I haven't seen stuff over here. And believe it or not, this is an open world Souls game. So I get to go wherever I want and do whatever I want. There's way more stuff over there. Oh yes. I wonder if it goes off the map. No way. No way. FPS goes down to like sub 30, like under 30. Every now and again. It's just like, it's kind of weird. But it is still pretty much day one. That is death if I fall down there. We have the ability to jump. Ah, it's a little soul. I see. Glowy skulls. Break them open. Somebody died here. How? I wish Bloodstains actually worked, man! Oh. Yeah, that might do it. I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Collecting materials. Looking around. Totally not stalling or anything. I'm just curious. What's around here? Ah, well, there's a good place there. I think that's a collectible. Oh, you're so good. Ill-omened creature. Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. That's pointing somewhere. Why is it always an ill omen? Why? Okay, so there's that giant guy. Well, I'm not leaving this area until I take care of the horseman. So here we go. But there is grace there. Church of Ella. Fast travel. I always think something's gonna happen. Something.
You're tarnished. I can see it. And I can also see that you're not after my throat.
He's got like
Then
a
why not purchase a little
banjo.
something? I am Kale, purveyor of fine goods.
How many runes do I have? 610? Crafting. What is this? These are key items, so these are crafting material or recipe books. Armaments, arrows, armor, info. Kind of want to grab it. Curious, because it's Flask of Wondrous Physic. What does that do? Telescope could be useful, I guess. Nomadic Warrior's Cookbook.
I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer. You know, if you can spare the runes, you should buy yourself a crafting kit. A crafting kit allows you to make basic items on your own. Essential, really, if you intend to survive out here for any duration. The kit costs a bundle, and I admit I do take my cut. But the important thing is that you survive. Every customer counts, after all.
He's straightforward. I like him.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
No Andre. Oh. No Andre. Oh well. Alright, Rune Sentinel. Well, it's not a Rune Sentinel, but you know what I'm saying. Expands crafting repertoire. Do I use it? Examine. Cool. So those notes just point you towards things. Bone arrow fletched, bone bolt. Oh well. Alright, big guy. There's fences around here that I don't like, so I'm gonna pull him over that way. Hey, what up? The music. Oh no. Okay. Cool. You're breaking the church! Stop it! I can't counter that. That's not my opening. I need to figure out my openings. At least I'll just respawn over here. Oh, the back of the halberd. He's fun to fight, though. But yeah, I need to figure out how to fight him. Good loading times. Upon dying, you blah 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 blah. Oh, hold on. Two. Direction of Lost Ruins. Okay. Yeah, it's just Dark Souls. It's raining. This is a good spot to fight him in, though, I think. I don't know about blocking, though. I need you to come over here. I love how the music just goes like... He just stares at you like... You serious? You wanna go, bro? You wanna go? You wanna go, bro? Alright, we'll go. Baby, won't you come my way? Got something I want to say. Cool. Love that. the frickin', oh god, the pokies. I deserve that. I'll get him next time. Okay. Woo! Straight spinning. Wait, that's 2. I need to find a better way to do that, but for now, that works. Hey. Bitch boy. Hey. Come here. He doesn't care. He doesn't see me, so he doesn't care. Alright. Be that way. Hey, come here. I got something to tell you. Listen, it's been a while. I want to dodge your halberd for a bit, okay? I hit you. Oh no, the... Rolled at the wrong time. That's what you get. That's what you get. Four. That's what you get. This guy just two-shots you though, man. Like, I know I'm not prepared for this guy, but I'm gonna fight him a lot. Here and now. Do I even care about these 100 souls, man? Could just fight him here, to be honest. Bro, we're farming fruits. I doubt being on a horse would help me too much with this guy. Nope. Nope. I wish I had a longer weapon. And ranged attacks. Whew. Almost hit me. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Nice shoulder charge, buddy. Roll catcher. Oh, that's my bad. Come on, buddy. We got all day. Ooh. You're trying hard, aren't you? Oh. just say that right now. This is bad. Oh, good positioning, though. That was stupid. All right. Hiya! Hiya! That's it. That's all she wrote. All I have is stupid healing abilities. Let's just dodge everything. Oh. No. That sucks. Look at that guy. I think I need to farm before killing this guy, but I really want to just kill him, to be honest. Just want to kill. Just want to take him out. Oh. Sliver of meat. Oh. Okay, hold up. That was stupid, alright? That was dumb. He warped around that frickin' boulder. See, that's why I'm trying to stay away from the frickin' boulders, man. His animations just don't care. Just go right through it. Zip. I don't care about the souls anymore, to be honest. Hey. I don't want to be near these fences and stuff, man. No, the follow-up. No. The roll catch. Man. This death counter gonna be going up. I just wish I had a way to do ranged attacks. That was dumb. Could have hit him there. Roll catch. He's on shit again. Wait, did he just... He despawned! Oh, God. So you can kind of outrun that, can't you? Cool. God, that run was cursed. That was just a cursed run. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. Makes me think of God of War OST. Could have hit him there. The shoulder. Ooh. Nope. I need a longer weapon. Ow. Nice hitbox. You got hit by the tip of the armor plating on the horse, therefore you had to die. Just the tip of it, though. Mang. Good thing there's, like, no penalty for dying. Except losing souls, I guess. I wish. Gotta watch out for that charge, though. And that charge. Gotta be able to dodge that. Alright. That's 10 deaths. Oh. Oh. No. No. Huh. Okay. Cool. We'll give it one more honest try. And then we'll farm for a bit. We'll just fight him down here. Screw it. And that's why you don't fight him down here. Did you see that? That's how death happens. Ooh. Wait, what are you doing? No, stop. Don't run away. Please. Yeah, I hit you now. What are you gonna do about it? Ow. Well, that'll work. What? I just dodged for no reason. Ow. need weapons. This is just not gonna happen. It's so cruel putting this boss right in front of you as soon as you leave the tutorial area. Alright, let's look around. So this guy is pointing this way, which that can't be good. Let's just look around. Let's do things. See bat over there. Yeah. I see multiples. They're hiding in the bushes! There's bats around here and stuff. That looks like a swamp. There's definite framiness to this game. But it's still Dark Souls. Pretty much. It's still fun. Hi. Well, that's not good. That's not good either. Okay, dude. Fine, you're countering me. Whatever, who cares? Cool. Overhead attack can't do anything about that. Golden Room. Piggies. I want to try that counter again. This guy's just asking for it. Bolts. Crossbows. Dang. Okay. You don't need to do anything fancy, you can just R1 things. Tree and breast surecoat. Cool. Oh, tree and beast, not breast. Lol. Can't speak. Yo, was that a turtle? What's up, turtle? Dog. He doesn't want to be near me, no. Be wary of poison. I see. Poison bloom? What the heck? Look at you. Aren't you something? I don't think I can contend with these things. They're not really messing with me. I mean, they're just bugs. Is that a cave? Cool. Stupid bugs. Boss ahead. Underground tomb ahead, and then be wary of dog. Cool. Do. Okay. Okay. So this is just darkness and death, huh? Gotta be careful. Dog. Well, dogs. You see me? What you looking at, doggo? Huh! It's R2. Staggered. Why is it always dog? I don't know. Cave moss. Cracked pot. Message. Fair enough. Behold something incredible. It's moss. Come on, doggo. Oh, the second bite. Come on. That is a good ability. Feels good for survivability too. Golden room. Didn't expect a hidden path. There's no hidden path here. Quit jabaiting. Quit jabaiting. Praise the bud. Glowstone. Neat. Equipment. That's more like it. Lose all runes. Okay, that's the thing. items? Yes. No light ahead. True. Seek critical hit. Good luck. Okay. Beastman Barum Azula. Huh. I don't like that. I don't like that. Ah! Oh, yes, zone. Slash. You piece of garbage. I was trying to get a cheeky heal off. There we go. Look at that message. Oh! Woo! Yeah, okay. Ooh. Oh, shoot. Can I have that sword? Ow. Please? Oh, I'm in a bad way over here. You're all bark and no bite, man. Ow. Okay, fine. It's down to the wire. That should have hit me. He's going crazy. Ow. He's dead. Sick. Flame Drake Talisman. Boing. Boing. Oh. Boing. I did it. I want that to stay there forever. Try luring out. No treasure chest ahead. Okay. Wire ahead. High road. Hit path. Boop. Nope. Of course not. All kinds of messages lying around. Ahead. Didn't expect a weak foe. Sure. I like this message over here. This is a good one. Yep, doesn't look like there's anything in here. Other than that talisman. Whatever that is. Well, that's all she wrote for healing. But there is a grace right here, so I should probably touch that. Touch grace. Pass the time. Until morning. Chilling in a cave. Yeah, yeah. I have a lot of souls that I don't want to lose. Root resin. I assume over here is as good a place as any to check my bags. Crafting, 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 crafting. I bet these are good because of the messages. I don't know. I need to understand what crafting is all about. Boost fire damage negation. I can have one talisman. Okay. So that's like a ring. Oh, there's no rings in this game. There's just this. Interesting. Rings don't do anything. Wow. Because there's one ring. The Elden Ring. Probably didn't want to make it confusing or something. I don't know. There's a grace over there. There's a whole lot of BS in there, huh? I think the idea is to get the checkpoint first. Oh, there's a Scully boy on the ground. So you could just run around collecting souls by finding these things. Of course, you could do that by just killing things, too. But way better if you just kill things. What am I talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay, baddies in there. Love ahead. Okay.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord.
Huh.
Have you heard of the Finger Maidens?
I have now.
They serve the Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid to the Tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless. I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree. Then it's settled.
I wonder what happens when you
Summon
refuse.
me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
Okay. Alright.
Shall I turn your runes to strength?
Absolutely.
Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me.
Empower me.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Strength. But then again, health is good too. Resistances make me stronger. So I have a ring now? Y plus. Interesting. So it's not just... That is cool. Hold on. So, wait, pouch? I can pouch things. So I can pouch this, right? How do I pouch it? Am I dumb? Never. Yeah, glowstone doesn't need to be on the bar. Huh. So I can just... Boing? That's cool. That's awkward, but whatever. Those bats terrify me. But now that I'm on a horse, maybe I could contend with that. Hold on. Die. Groups gives you things back. Cool. Alright, let's contend with this. How do I dismount? Not like that. Like that. Cool. That's how you deal with spirit boys. Hell yeah. That's the way. I don't want to be confronted by a billion dudes at the same time, but I do want to fight. Well, that's a hammer, bro. You got a hammer. Look at that. How do I capitalize on that? Isn't there a way? This be a treasure chest? No. Cool. Give up, skeleton. He's not really skeleton yet. Yet. Bam! I did it. These messages are dumb. There's a big guy. Just gotta be patient, man. Gotta wait a second. So this is the chest. What's in this chest? Hello, greatsword. No. What do I need? Well, it's heavy for one thing. 16 strength. My dex is fine. I just need strength. I need to get more powerful. Oh, jeez. The frames. Did it. It was so stupid. Defeating one by one. Yep. That is the key. Of course, I could probably deal with all of them. Oh, that guy's trumpeted. He's got a trumpet, man. That's just so fun, man. That counter's so fun. It's so good. Hey, big guy. Wanna fight? Come here. He's like, you dare? That doesn't look blockable to me. I didn't have enough stamina. He can do it too! Backstabber! Please. You're cool, dude. Oh! My health! Okay. You're a butthole, you know that? You're making my stamina go brr. Dude, that's such a good ability, though. That is such a cool ability. The counter? My lord. Well, I'm gonna clear out the rest of these guys. Map get. What'd that do? Oh, so it's just a... Okay. Surely there's more. Smoldering butterflies. Because that's what they do. Herba. It's so powerful! Yes! Blam! I just block everything, man. Boink! Pop! Hi! Yeah. Shield boys are still annoying. Beast bones. I think I can make arrows out of this. Oh, there's way down. They're here. Horseman's. Grace over there. A lot of grace. Just lying around. Fair. That's a fair message. That's a dumb message. Ooh, a flail. I don't need any fancy nonsense. Oh yeah. We get health pots back if we take out an entire group of enemies. I remember. I'm looking for tiny little glowing skulls all the time now. So there's a couple ways I can go. That way, or that way. I mean, I should grab that grace. Gotta remember, there's a horse. Grace is telling us to go all kinds of places. 1. 3 more levels, and we can great sword it up. But until then, it's not gonna happen. Where's this Grace telling us to go? Nowhere? That's pretty sick. Oh, there's a big guy over there. Ah! Stupid birds. Ooh. Jump. I like how you can charge that up a bit. Come here. Oh. Yeah, okay. Stupid birds. They fly above sometimes, and they're just like, nah, dude. There we go. Ah! Oh, the frames. Oh god. Yeah. That was gonna happen. No. That's 11. Zoop. Alright. Ow. I bet I could beat this guy up on ground. Alright. Come on, yeah, pansy. Okay, that just knocks me around. Cool. Ow. Bonk. Oh. Yeah, that'll warrant a heal. Got a healing flask back. Got my souls back.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me. What'd you go and do that for?
I didn't hit you.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
That I ended up as a tree. Yeah?
Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
Yeah, it's a mushroom.
Or,
Oh, more mushrooms.
well, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore.
Cave on the shore?
Right, I'm...
Right. Got it. Cave on the shore. So it could be either in there or over here. You know. Anywhere. Little camp up there. Whoa! How did he do that? Sometimes R1. With a whetstone knife, you can use Ashes of War to grant your armaments new skills at sites of grace. Any skill it had previously will be removed. So you can switch out weapon arts? Huh. Can you keep them? Okay. Determination. Come on. There we. Oh well. I need ranged, like badly. Yeah, you just jabate the attack and then hopefully you hit. Owie. That is one way to deal with them, dude. Square off, man. I'm covered in blood. Oh. Okay. That's fair. So you can't just, like, not move and then attack. You have to move a little bit before you, Ooh. You have to move a little bit before you can do a riposte of any kind. Okay, so those hanged boys up there, they have weapons in their hands. That tells me something. What's going on here? I can't leave this thing? Get off. I can't take what's in it without killing the giants? Oh, jeez. He's defending himself. Does this mean everything back there is aggro to me, or no? I think I might have to kill literally all of those things. But they have stopped. Here we go. Looks like they're all wondering what's happening. What? Yeah, I deserve that. Will you shut up? Alright. No. It does stop the caravan if I do that. I should. Alright, guys. No. I don't want you to get to where you're going, man. Understand? That fire just gets you no matter what you do, huh? Ugh. Cheesy. Ha! Whoa. Okay. Oh. That last minute turn of mine might be good in PvP, but not here. He's dead. Is the other one gonna leave? Can he not pull it anymore? Aristocrat coat. Cool. Can I open this now? I can. A great axe. That's Pog. Giant. So can I just kill this giant here and it won't attack me? Yeah, it will. So I have to cheese it a little bit, but, you know, it is what it is. Worthwhile to get a charge attack on it, I guess. Strong attacks. Oh, is it disconnected now? It is. I'm scared of you, bruh. I'm scared. Cool. Let's kill everybody. I am dyed red. For better or for worse. This dude up there who just jumped. Flask get. That's a full rejuve on that. I hear something. Oh. Okay. Hi, guys. Oh. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, stab, stab. And then I get a flask back. Very good. So not every skull will have something in it? Yeah, only the shiny ones. Whoa. What is the deal? Is that guy coming my way or nah? He's just running? Yeah, he's just running. Looks like a whole forest down there. Sorry, burbs. Oh yeah. That is a zone in and of itself. And it looks like there's a tree there, which, if I'm not mistaken, makes me feel like there could very well be something important down there. Trees have a weird representation in this game. Oh. Looking at the tree. Crystal teardrop. Cool. I know exactly what the game's trying to tell me. Why is it always giant? I don't know. Looks like there's some kind of icy zone over there. There's a tower. Another tree, another tower. Lots of stuff. People just jumped off that and died. Poison. Lots of poison. Poison everywhere. Thing's a huge poison plant. It's protecting something, though. We can give it a look around first. Or circle back to that. Ha! Excuse me. Oh, that's a shinier one. Look at that. Oh, that's just a regular gold rune. Eh. Huh. More plants. Can't jump on tables, man. Come on. Probably jump up that. Oh, yeah, there's a message up there. Look at that. You know what? I want to see what that message has to say. What did you think? Oh, God. have to try again. What did you think was so important that you had to put it all the way up here, huh? Boing. Praise the Elden Ring. Well, I could see the entire rune from here, and I could see that the plants are moving around on their own. They are wiggling around on their own. Look at that. This looks like a death trap. Ooh. Oh, poison! I think I just have to face them, you know? Poof. So they just poop out poison. Look at that. Get any poison on me. Glowstones. They were shiny. I did want them. Shiny old glowstones. Ooh. What the hell? Aha, I see. Oh, there's a downstairs to this area. Oh no. Random powder, huh? Maybe that's what this poison is. Oh, there's something literally up there. Cool. Slow and steady wins the race here. There's a lot of pollen. As long as they're not respawning or anything, should be alright. Poison bloom. Okay, so there's that thing. Is there another path? Doesn't mean anything. Summons pole. Oh god. Is that coming from the it is. At least the poison doesn't initially hurt you. So what I want to do is I want to bait the thing to do its artillery attack. Once it does that, I'll go up and hit it. Long range me, bro. Come on. I just wish I could long range you. Poof. That thing is beefy. Yeah, I don't have crafting at the moment. But I do want to kill this thing. Oh no. Poof. Poison. Stop emitting. Poison. Still emitting. Oh. This is clearly meant for ranged attacks. Clearly. It's just, I would just be like... don't have any, man. I just have 4 kukri. What am I gonna do with that? Immunizing cured meat. I wonder if that's like poison, poison resistance, but not exactly like immunity. How am I supposed to jump up there? Do I have to jump off that? There's no way. Right? I do want that item. It's up there. There's a way to get it. I bet it's by getting on top of this thing. How to do that? Possible, maybe? Hey, look at that. I'm kind of meant to go up here. A little bit. And the item's right there. Can I leave a message saying take the plunge? Blah, blah, blah. Try jumping off, maybe? Look carefully. I don't have point down, do I? Oh, I do. Okay. So we have to fall from here right onto that item. Tyrannus Lily. Exceedingly rare to find. I mean, sure. Can you see my message from up there? No. So you have to have the brains to go up there to see it, first off. Alright, we're gonna go into that ruin here. It's just a boss? Haha! bunch. There's more behind him, huh? I'm not gonna block this guy, so let's not pretend. Mad Pumpkinhead. Oh god. That flail, though. His attacks. Bonk. Oh, his head is harder to damage. All right. Poke. Oh, nice. Definitely don't want to hit his head. Bonk. Ah. Oh, the delay. Oh. There's no time for healing spell. No. I just realized my death counter is a little blocked. So I'll pull it down just a tad. Okay. Hold on. Hopefully this brings me out right to it. Hopefully. If not, then oof. Oh, it did. But it's over here. Yeah, it's over here. Screw you, poison plants. Oh, it's... Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let me try something. Is this invisibility? Or is this... It's the fall damage buff. Okay. I know what it is. I know what it is. I got your number, friend. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, that was cheeky. All right. Bonk. That was green. Oh, that was luck. Bonk. Oh. That was a roll catch. That was a roll catch. Gotta be careful, man. Punishment. Oh, the catch. And punish. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now I'm happier. Come over here, buddy. Nice. Nice. This is bad. I think I just have to kill him. Okay. Oh, I deserve that. I deserve that. Okay. Why did I attack him like that? That was stupid. Poop. I'm an idiot, you know? You know that? I was having so much fun with this game that I didn't bother to, watch the Ashes stream. I'll have to catch that later. Oh, there's that again. Hopefully I'm in a safe place. Because I would really like to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I don't know. Switch. Sure. Oh, I'll be right back. Ah. Alright. Now hold on. I died, but it's okay. Because there's something I want to do. Everybody on Twitch is playing Elden Ring. It's so crazy. Alright, let's see what Ashes is all about right now. Because I have some food and I'm going to eat while we're watching. It's a huge starting time. You know, it'd be nice if this video player would work for me. Alright. Bloop. So, while we're at it, let us begin. Huh. Whoa. Holy crap.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our glorious Ashes of Creation February development update. We hope that you are all well and safe. Today, I am joined by, of course, our one and only creative director, Stephen Sharif, and we have a new face with us, Brian Langford, who is our executive producer and celebrating his 3-year anniversary today.
Yes.
It just, like, works.
Hey, everybody.
It works. How are you?
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. First, what do they say? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
I can't believe this lined up perfectly for your 3-year anniversary at the studio.
I know it's amazing. So
That is
I'm
pretty
honored to be
cool.
here. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that people are going to have a fun time kind of listening in on the aspect of development that is production, right? And how much of a pivotal role you and the production team play in the process. So I think the audience is going to be pretty excited to hear from you.
Of
Cool.
course.
Yeah.
And can we show Puppers? He also has a dog.
Gosh.
I feel like we have to show the Puppers.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry.
He doesn't want to see.
It'll make motion sickness here.
Luna.
Her
name is Luna.
There's Luna.
She's so pretty.
She's sleeping.
She's like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
So, funny story about
sure.
Luna is, I don't remember, when did we do our game-a-thon, Brian, where we were doing some D&D, some Pathfinder sessions, and then
yeah, that was back in November.
Oh yeah, back in November, right? We were playing some Pathfinder, and Brian brought Luna over, and she just had this spot in my chair, in my couch, where she loved laying on her back, and she would like fall asleep with her paws up like this, and she'd be dreaming, and her paws would be like kicking every now and then.
Aww, so cute.
It was pretty
That's
awesome.
her. Yeah.
It was pretty awesome.
Precious. Well, we'll get the show on the road here. As Stephen had mentioned, we will have a new segment today, but we will be covering our quick reminders. We have our studio update update, production, design and engineering, and environment art, as well as character art. And we have something kind of new to show you on the character art side. And then we also have our Q&A, as per usual. But before we get started with our reminders, Stephen wanted to set some expectations for today's stream.
Yes, I did want to give an update. I know last stream I had spoken about us showing off some of the character creator. Just to give you guys a heads up early on in the show that will not be this today's presentation. That still needs a little bit more time in the oven. The team's doing a great job so far, updates wise. I saw a little bit of a preview of that yesterday and last week. It is coming together. It's looking really good, but we want to make sure that when we show off work in progress, that it is in a presentable state, right? Even though we are a transparent development, we do have to be conscientious of first-time viewers and people who aren't as up to date or following, religiously the project. So they see something and they walk away with an impression that might be, oh, that's the final product. So there is some element of that we have to take into account. Even though we do show work in progress, we do show things that are not yet complete. We always want to make sure that they're in a presentable format, and that still needs a little bit of work. So we're
But we will
hoping.
be revealing
Yes.
something that no one has ever seen before today.
That is true.
So
You better.
Yes, little
stick around.
consolation.
Yes,
consolation
stick
reveal.
around. Don't leave. We have a lot of cool stuff, and we're also going to be talking about something a little bit more in depth that we haven't really talked about as in
We'll
depth.
give you
yeah.
a hint that it is a character race that you have not seen yet. Yes, the final version of its face and whatnot. So it is one of the elves. We'll say that. We don't know which one.
Now you're teasing, like,
Oh,
now,
wait.
now you're giving too much away. That's too much. Because everyone was thinking Tolnar, and now they're like, well, now
I'm
it's not
sorry.
Tolnar. Way to go, Steven.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you won't have to wait as long, but we'll see.
I know.
All right. I'll get right away to the quick updates, and we'll get the show on the road. So first and foremost, we have our Unbreakable Bond set that we'll be swapping over on March 9th, 2022 at 11 a.m. Pacific for the new one. So if you're interested in this awesome set, definitely go get it. It's very dwarven. The Dunir presence in this is very strong. And I'm excited to see people utilizing these ones. These are going to be fun. And then beyond that, we also did, instead of like a dev discussion this time around, we actually showed off some new races as well, we revealed some new races and race models, as well as some updated models for you guys last live stream. So that was the Vec, the Nakua, Dunir, Renkai, and Kalar models. Majority of those male models, other than the Dunir female. And we did ask you all for your feedback. So there are a whole bunch of forum threads available to you all. I think that there's one on the news or the announcement section that links to all of those, so super easy to find. Please give us your feedback. They've already been making some adjustments and changes based on your feedback, and you're actually going to see some of those changes today. So we are taking everything to heart. We're keeping in mind the sliders that you guys want and things like that. So definitely go over there, toss us
The
your feedback.
sliders.
We super duper appreciate it. And we may have some more threads to add to our collection after today's stream. Beyond that, just a reminder that we do have our content creator program applications open. So if you are a content creator, you're interested in that. And content creation does not just mean videos and streamers. That could be you are a fan or a fan site. You create fan creations, you're a cosplayer, whatever it may be, feel free to apply to that program. We aren't closing applications yet, but when we do, we will let you guys know, and we'll let you know when we're starting to invite people into the program. With that, I think we're going to swap over to our studio update. I know, sorry, no bingo card for you guys. It was a quick one. So, Stephen, take it away with the studio update.
Yes, absolutely. Things have been going great over the month of February, actually. Luckily enough, this live stream actually is happening at the end of the month instead of the middle of the month, as we did in December, November. So I can give you a little bit more of an update. On the hiring front, we have been doing a great job. Our HR team with Stacy, Midori, Cameron have really been stepping up to the plate with regards to recruitment. We've had a considerable amount of hires over the start of this year. Between January and February, I think we've hired about 11 or 12 people, I think, actually. So it's been pretty nice. Some of those new hires, you're going to be probably seeing their contributions here coming up in the live stream pretty quickly. They've already gone off to the races and have started to produce some pretty cool things. I'm very excited about their addition to the team, so very happy with that front. On the development side, progress towards Alpha 2 has been making a considerable amount of progress. From the design side, we've gotten through a lot of the iterations that we wanted to see in Alpha 2 as part of our rescoping, and prototyping has now gone off and begun work on the combat side. You're probably going to be seeing some updates coming over the next maybe one or two live streams. So that's going to be fun to see and get people's feedback on. You've been seeing a lot of the character updates coming out of our character team for the races, the player character races. In addition to that, the environment team has has gotten a lot of work done on the biomes of Alpha 2, the playable area that we're going to have. Production has been doing a considerable amount of work on the roadmap towards
Cat.
Alpha 2,
Cat.
getting us greater navigational
Kitty cat.
tools on that front as well. And engineering has been kicking away both on the feature sets that are going to be present in Alpha 2 that weren't in Alpha 1, expanding those feature sets, working on the network side, as well as the character customization and our back end from our microservices team. So a lot of great work has been done at the studio. Very excited for the progress that January and February has seen. It's looking good as a prognosis going forward, just the amount of work that's getting done. So very excited about that.
And I know you gave a shout out to the HR team, but I'm just going to give one more shout out to them because it's something that you don't think about as like an employee every day, but we've changed some of like the UI stuff that we're working with on the back end for like PTO,
Right.
like requesting PTO, seeing other team members, how the hierarchy, like the org charts work,
Yeah.
like.
Yep.
And as
Yeah,
a leader, being able to like see my staff stuff really quick, like, and the UI just is so much better. I
sure.
appreciate all the work that they've been doing on that front.
Yeah, John, John and I are constantly talking about, because HR falls under the operational side of his purview at the company, and really he's been very impressed with the work that HR has been doing, and so have I, and just kind of seeing the happiness that it brings to our leads and to the rest of the company. Some of those changes and things, you don't give it a second thought unless it's bad, and then when it's good and you're not thinking about it, that's the perfect situation.
Right.
Yeah, it's like when all your
Well said.
employees are like, "Hey, this UI is weird. I don't know how to do this thing," and you're like,
Yeah.
let me talk to them, figure it out." But they did a fantastic job with that, so appreciate it greatly.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And I know people, you want a studio tour. We're not quite ready for that yet, but when we are, we'll let you know. We are starting to get some of the little areas set up, and we will be doing kind of starting up dev discussions at some point here. Once that is complete, Stephen has to approve the budget for those little areas that we're going to start decorating, and we'll start recording in those spaces. We're also trying not to interrupt people's work, so that's also the other side of it, is get you guys cool content, but also not disturb people while they're trying to do their stuff. So with that, I think we're going to swap over to chatting with Brian Langford, our special guest today.
Yay!
Mr. Executive Producer. Tell us,
Yay!
let's first start with, what is production? What does production do?
Well, actually,
exactly?
wait, before we
Ooh,
even
okay.
begin there, Brian,
Okay.
tell me about what brought you into the gaming industry.
Ooh,
Oh
okay, I
my
like
gosh. Wow. I've my whole life I've spent playing games. From the early 80s with my dad playing board games up through, and all getting console games and PlayStation and computer games. And realistically,
Fun fact about Brian, by the way, you mentioned board games. Brian is an exceptional tabletop gamer. Whether
Oh,
it's
thank
board
you.
games or his own creation of a economy card game I was playing with him, like, he is a very exceptional. We were playing Lords of Waterdeep the other day, and I was just like, okay, Brian, get some.
I love Lords of Waterdeep. That's a good game. Yeah. So I mean, passion has been always there for gaming and tabletop RPGs. So the blend naturally, of course, is D&D and fantasy games like that led me into wanting to be a part of the gaming industry. So I think maybe the best, in the 90s and early 2000s, I played a ton of StarCraft and Diablo and Blizzard games.
There you go.
And I was doing web design for a more corporate job, and I was like, I really just need to break into the game industry. And so I tried my hand to get into Blizzard for I think over a year and a half or 2 years. Finally got in there and stayed there for 11 years and switched over into the production track away from sort of web design and web development stuff.
Ahaha.
So yeah, and
He's
then
ex WoW.
11 years later, I left there and I went to NC Soft for a while, worked on Blade and Soul and a couple other titles there, and now I've found my new home, my home, my forever home.
Yeah.
So, what is it about production that attracted you to want to be a producer?
So that's an interesting story. To some degree, anyways, I guess. I started in production in the cinematics group at Blizzard, and the high fidelity pre rendered cinematics were just the thing of Blizzard at the time, right? So it
They still
was
kind of are,
a
kind of.
opportunity to get in
I
at one of
mean,
the coolest jobs possible.
they were.
So, and I got my legs learning from some pretty cool cats there in the production field before switching gears, right? And before leaving that group. So that's what really got me into production is being a part of that cool team. And then again, just once I learned all the production routes, it was my wings were intact. It was time to fly.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So most people don't really probably know what production provides a development team during development. How would you go about explaining that role and what your team brings to a development process?
I love that question because that's the question I always get, because people don't really, I mean, I know our community is super savvy and so they probably already know this stuff, but the question I get from people that are not, in gaming and in the industry and stuff, they say, what the heck does a producer even do? What do you do? So we do for the most part, like our underlying most important mission is supporting the development team and the process of development, right? And that takes on several hats. But primarily it's making sure that we measure twice, cut once, look at things, work with leads to unblock any kind of problems they're having, set up dependencies so that people can keep, these buzzwords are going to kill me.
But it's true. I mean, they
totally
encapsulate true, right? What the process and the function is. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. It's just, yeah. So, we basically work to, it's my ship navigation analogy that I use a lot with you at work, which is we try our best to create the opportunity maps. We can show you the shortest route from point A to point B. We can tell you all the risk that's involved with going straight there. We can have you navigate around a different, around a different way to get there and tell you all the risks and opportunities and how it's a little slower, but maybe a little safer. I don't know. I used to use the 3 navigation point thing where it's like literally like there's a map and then at the top of the map there's your location you're trying to get to. And if you go straight through the rivers, it's very rough water. You go around the ocean side, there's the mermaids that'll pull you off and distract you. Or you go around the other side and it's the Pirates Cove and then you got like people trying to like shoot your ship out of the water.
Right.
But it's
bring
safer
it
than
on,
the rapids,
all of it.
and it's
Bring it all on, dude.
That kind of thing. So
that's
a big part of it too.
The navigation isn't always so much of estimates and timelines, but also dependencies, risks.
Yes.
The levers that you can play with when you're augmenting what the schedule looks like. Are we talking resources? Are we talking features? Are we talking time? These are the 3 components that a producer says, these are your options. And that's always been such a benefit to me from your team and from you, has been being able to, prior to bringing on production, right? I'd always heard horror stories about production. And boy, is that specific to the team because right. Without what you and Jacob and Jonathan and Thomas and Benoit and Kevin, what your team
no,
did I miss anybody? I don't think I missed anybody there.
I'm just messing with you.
What your team provides me and the leads with is so important when talking about the overall scheme of bringing something to a milestone completion, right? And knowing when that milestone is going to occur, what are the risks associated with it, where are the dependencies, what are the blockers, helping communicate across teams. You guys are, in a sense, the nervous system of the development body, right?
Yeah, I like that analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely what we do. And we're blessed to work with like a great team of people. And when we get in there into the trenches with people like the engineers, and we do identify, hey, these design docs they're coming over and they need to be fully specced out. We need to do feasibility checks. We need to then load in dependencies on tools and stuff like that. So that is very much what we're talking about with creating those navigation scenarios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very cool.
Yeah, super
That
duper
was a nice
important.
rundown of the production of the production. Do you guys feel like in the audience that you if you didn't know coming in what production does as part of a development team, do you feel like you have a better understanding now of the role that production plays in creating a thing like Ashes of Creation? Somebody said
And
a production.
and I think like a
Done.
question that might be handy here, which is like, not a softball one, is more of when you do, encounter issues, how do you guys work on resolving those, right? As things may come up or things may
Well,
not
that's another
occur,
big
how
part
you
of what production does is we
predicted
are
them.
literally at the forefront of visibility and communication too. So when there are issues and we can foresee them coming, which is part of uh, our makeup. If we see those things coming, it's our job to try to pull people in and talk to them. It's what is it? Like, lead by influence, right? Not with teeth. So it's get people in and go, hey guys, this might be a problem. Let's have a chat about what we could do with this, and then identify, like again, some scenarios that might pan out, and we just pick and choose by collaborative means.
All right.
Yeah, very important. Another aspect of production is that they're working constantly with the leads of each department and understanding what a particular sprint entails for their team, right? In helping to kick off that sprint, and and identifying, what it is that the expectancy is at the end of a particular sprint or milestone is going to be from a feature component, from a research component, um, and then incorporating that and translating that to the rest of the team so that the company as a whole has an understanding of the direction of a particular sprint or milestone.
Right. Well, we're glad that people, y'all feel like you have a better understanding of it. I know Stephen and I talk about production a lot. So we wanted to kind of give a face to that as well as a little bit more of a background and understanding of like what it is. And if you guys have any questions about that, feel free to pop those in there. But
Yeah.
I love that they show
we will move
literally
on to our design and engineering because we still
all
have
the new
quite a few
things that they're
pieces of
up
content
to.
that we need to go
you know?
over today. So tossing over to you, Stephen. First and foremost, what is design and engineering working on? And then I know we have kind of a little bit more of a deep dive that we're going to do on animal husbandry.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right. We're going to talk about animal husbandry. That's scary. Oh my goodness.
this is the like
So,
career that everybody in the
maybe
guild wants to actually get.
do we have? Wasn't there? There's a little video on the
Animal
animal
Yeah,
husbandry.
for the
husbandry
animal
show.
husbandry
Oh,
part.
for the animal
Yeah.
husbandry. Do you want me to get into that now, or do you want me to just talk about other stuff, design other things?
Whichever one you want to do first. I
Okay,
think
yeah.
giving the overview might be handy, and
Sure.
then we can go into the deep dive.
Absolutely. As you guys have been aware over the last few live streams, we've been talking about the process post Alpha 1 and preparing um, for Alpha 2 has been a lot of work on the design side of going through
When?
systems
When is it?
iterating upon some of those systems and prepping some of the new tools for the Alpha 2 testing period for players to participate with. A big portion of that has been combat, has been class design. I think I have a 3-hour meeting today actually on some of the class changes or class hybrid class changes that we're looking to do for Alpha 2. A lot of that stuff has been very fruitful. Having these long discussions with the different design pods, designs broken up into different pods that relate to content, they relate to narrative, points of interest, nodes, combat, economy, itemization, crafting, artisanship. These pods all kind of have purview over what iterations are being made to some of those systems, some of those designs, and then they work closely with engineering to get those things implemented and developed from a feature standpoint. One of the really interesting discussions that we've had in preparation for Alpha 2 has been the rollout of the animal husbandry system. And I know we've talked a little bit about this in the past, what animal husbandry is, what its intentions are, but we really got into some so first of all, let me kind of set the stage just so you guys have an understanding, and maybe at some point, maybe post launch of Ashes of Creation, we record all of our design discussion sessions, right? And I think it's really cool to have those things recorded, because at some
What the
point in the
hell
future
are
it might be
those?
an opportunity that
What
we
are
show those
those?
recordings.
We
I don't know.
also we
For
also
posterity's sake.
we also
Hold on
have
now.
we also have a bloopers folder where we keep silly stuff that has happened, like funny bugs and things like that,
Yes.
that we want to share with you guys, later when it's more fun to make jokes on it, because we have a fully fleshed game for you to love and adore.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We can look back on the funny moments.
So let me set the stage for this. So one of our awesome designers, a gentleman by the name, a distinguished gentleman by the name of Bucky Collins, he was the main contributor of this proposal on animal husbandry, right? So you have to understand some of these design ideas or
those are
changes as
mounts.
they're being presented
That
to
is
the
a
rest of the
mount.
design team can really get deep into some real world scientific research. And on the animal husbandry side, there was a significant amount of like genetic research and how we can take that genetic element of real life and what what they represent in actual husbandry over into the game. Because in design, first and foremost, you're looking to make something that's fun. But if what you make that's fun can also have some roots in realism in the real world, right? That makes it much more believable. The suspension of disbelief is not as as great a barrier. So that oftentimes can be a starting point. So Bucky comes in to the design meeting with, there's about, I don't know, 12 or 13 designers that are sitting around kind of getting ready to hear this proposal, because sometimes the designers will be either listening to the pod alignment, or they'll be just kind of looking through our Confluence and just checking out some of the proposal documents as they're getting created. And this particular proposal doc on how to adjust animal husbandry for Alpha 2 was like 20 pages long, and they're supposed to be relatively shorter, but this just had so much reference material from real world genetics that was being brought over into the proposal. So Bucky shows up at the proposal meeting, and he pulls out a lab coat, and he puts on a lab coat with his doctor glasses, and he's like, "Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be your presenter today. My name is Dr. Bucky. You may refer to me as Dr. Bucky."
Wait, did he really do this? Don't
Yes,
tell me. My God, I love you, Bucky. That's hilarious.
He
That's
really
so
did it.
funny.
I was dying, actually. It was
That's
so great.
so
It was
hilarious.
so great. So anyways, talking to you guys a little bit about the meat and potatoes of animal husbandry and what you can expect to see in Alpha 2 from this system, right? One of the big components of animal husbandry is going to be taming. We talk about our artisan system, and you guys know this, that it exists within three main branches of gathering, processing, and crafting. Now, of course, let me caveat this: anything I say here is subject to change. But with that being said, taming is one of the gathering professions that players will be able to use to both locate, capture, and also tame wild creatures in Vera. Tame creatures can then be trained and bred, refined with the animal husbandry profession, right? So genetics in animal husbandry will follow the will follow a Mendelian model of real life genetics overlaid with magical tools that help understand and influence the process of these breeding of these animals in a fantastical way. Creatures will have characteristics that are determined by their genetics. There will be a multitude of traits that are related to appearance, performance, combat efficacy, even the different abilities that breeders can bring forward in a particular mount or pet, right? So no two creatures in Vero will be the exact same, meaning identical twins, right? You have a stat block that's going to be associated with certain combat stats or speed stats, endurances, and then you're also going to have ability systems that get overlaid on top of those from a mount's perspective or from a pet perspective. You'll be able to breed creatures, study the offspring, and make informed decisions when the features you want to pursue in the next generation become apparent in the offspring you've created. Species will have different traits. Creatures will have a wide variety of traits and characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses within their species. The best version of a species will need to be blended from creatures from many places across Vera, right? So it's not going. There is going to be an element of geographic location being relevant for the creation of certain types of breeds. That's important, and players will have to discover that. For example, the best horse would need speed from desert horses, right? The coat and the health from tundra steeds, and the size and strength of ones that might be in the riverlands. These types of things go towards creating the necessary offspring that can then create the type of mount you're looking for. And
Yeah, I
powerful
wonder how
traits will
OP
be
this
hidden
could
in
get.
rare spawns through rare mutations as well. Um, Mastery in animal husbandry will involve unlocking greater crossbreeding potential between species to create more fantastical creatures. And there's even the potential for entirely new species to be unlocked by master breeders who are pushing the limits. Lastly, once these creatures are actually born, there is an element of raising the creature. So animals need to be raised from birth to adulthood and trained for the intended purposes, either as a mount, a pet, a beast of burden, or livestock. Right? Animal husbandry feeds a lot of these different aspects, and you'll be able to specialize your focus as an animal husbandrist, if that's a word, um, to one of those particular ends. Players have a
More like
multitude
a
of activities.
rancher. You're like
Or
ranching.
rancher, there you go, yeah,
Yeah.
rancher, a husbandrist. I don't know, I like the husbandrist. No,
Yeah,
just kidding.
yeah, for sure.
Uh, a
Steward.
multitude of activities to perform, like feeding, cleaning the creatures, taking them out for practice rides, training them to fight monsters, etc. This period is very important, however, the training period, because it will have the greatest influence on the resulting quality of the genetically determined stats and abilities of the creature once they reach adulthood. So basically, as you're discovering these different
It sounds
genetic
like a
paths
loaded
when
job,
pairing different
which is
animals,
fantastic.
and the offspring is born, it will have a window of where a stat block will land, but where it lands will be determined by the training phase, by raising the creature up. And that's going to be an important aspect. So it's just to give you a little bit of insight kind of on where some of these professions are going. Especially animal husbandry is a big profession, right? And it lives across two worlds, from gathering to processing, with the taming aspect and then the actual husbandry. Um, and these are things that in Alpha 2 we're going to be needing to collect a lot of data on, because that's something that is going to be important to see how players interact with this, and how relevant is it across our artisanship system. Is there too much of an emphasis on animal husbandry, right? Is that profession just larger than many of the other professions, and having kind of an equilibrium between those things?
Yeah,
um,
actually, there were people asking if this was going to be a more, like, a deeper profession versus the other professions, like the comparison, or can they expect all the other professions to have that much like depth within them?
So that's a great question, and honestly, it was a concern among our design team when we were discussing this, right? And part of boiling down the husbandry profession to something that's more equitable with the rest of the professions, or vice versa, bringing up the other professions to something that's more equitable with husbandry, right? I think I think the question is a good one. I think we're going to find that out. I think by offering specialization in one of four directions: mounts, pets, livestock, and I can't remember the fourth. I'm sorry. I had like this crazy, and the beast of burdens. I think allowing players to specialize in those directions will mitigate the comprehensive nature of the profession as a whole.
So
right?
there will be like a subsidiary to
Pretty
the
much,
profession,
you'll
yeah.
be able to
You
you'll be able
specialize.
to specialize in one of those four,
Could
right? And
you
then
specialize in all of them, or would you only be able to specialize in one? I just know
uh,
that people are going to ask
yeah,
that.
sure, it's a great question. So there's going to be some limited function to how many professions players can master, and within the animal husbandry system, that might also be true, right? Where when you choose one of those specializations, you may have some base access at a low level across all four, and then as you progress further in one of those, similarly to how we've architected the artisan system as a whole, you will only be able to specialize in one. Um, so
Okay.
but it is a fair concern, and it is something that Alpha 2 is intended to test.
People are wondering if fish would be included in those breeding. Like, are those considered monsters or creatures?
So there will be
Is it separate
aquatic
than
creatures
fishing?
that are, yeah, there will, well, not specifically fishing, but
Okay.
there are aquatic creatures, both from a pet and mount perspective, that you'll be able to breed as well. So
Then beyond that, people had asked, will there be RNG elements, or is it more like what you were saying, where you need to go to these locations and research these places to bring these breeds together?
well, anytime I would imagine we're discussing genetics, there's going to be an element of RNG, right? This is just scratching the surface of what was discussed as part of the system itself. But there are elements of recessive and dominant genes, and the discovery of certain types of characteristics that mounts you breed will have based on that RNG element. You can increase the chances there based on proficiency. You can also increase the chances based on method, based on resources. It's not something that is a pie in the sky RNG number, but rather something that you can hone over time.
And then the next question is in regards to like the recipes for, I don't know if you'd call it recipes, but the recipes for breeding different creatures. Will there be like a central place for people to share those recipes, or, anything like that, or a place where they can sell discovered
Yeah,
information?
that's a good question. I'm not sure that there are going to be recipes per se. Instead, what we're thinking about with the husbandry system is going to be a user interface panel that gives kind of a record of your successes and failures with certain types of breeding attempts, right? And then from there, if you choose to share that information with other individuals, you can, of course, but it's not something that's going to be streamlined through an interface that we would use for the player, be on their own.
Look, you guys use the word recipe. I'm just copying your question.
Somebody said sexapies.
And for those who maybe didn't catch everything that Stephen had mentioned before, we will have this up on our YouTube channel so you can replay it and relive it, because he did already talk about, taming and raising creatures and basically how the system works.
I like how Georgia Build said, "Oh no, what happens to the failures?"
I don't know how much more I'm
You
gonna
have a
watch
graveyard
this,
in
but
your
I'm still
You have
interested.
farms, and you use animal byproducts all the times across
There
the
you
farm,
go.
right? You never
Yeah.
let anything go to waste.
There you go. All right. Anything else you want to talk about on design front or engineering front before we move on to all of our lovely art that we have?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, cool. And thank you, chat, for
By the way, Brian,
asking a lot of great follow-up questions.
Brian, as you've been a part of most of the design meetings as well. What is the profession that you are most at home with in an MMO?
Ooh.
Wow, what a great question.
He's like, why do you put me on the
home
spot,
with?
man?
No, that's cool.
Well, I know Brian is a huge MMO gamer, so
yeah, no, that's totally true. And you're not gonna like the answer though.
Oh no, I love
wanna
it.
know the answer.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
I want to hear
Fishing.
it.
It's anything that has to do with the enchanting paths.
Ah,
Oh, there you
okay.
go.
Nice.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you like
Yeah.
that answer?
I love enchanting.
Yeah.
Now, are you the type of enchanter that likes to have like a little bit of risk and reward of like possibly destruction, but for high return?
Yeah. Well, that that is lineage, and that is Ion, and
I know.
yeah. Right. As long as it's not pay to win, yes.
Yes, there we go.
I'm
Love
fine
it.
with losing a
Spoken
weapon
truly
forever.
to the people.
I am not okay with like insurance programs where
Oh yeah.
you have to buy like a scroll, and when your sword breaks because you over enchanted it or whatever, you can
No
turn
pay
in
to
the
win.
insurance. Yeah.
100%. I can't tell you how many times in like a lineage or an ion or an arcage I had a guild member who was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna over
Oh?
enchant it. And we're just like, no, you shouldn't.
Don't do it.
Do
Don't
you
do
have a backup? And he's like, no, YOLO. And
YOLO.
then they'll enchant it and blow up and we never see him again. He's
Hopefully
gone.
that's a bit better for
It's
you.
just like,
That's
no.
Especially if you're
Sorry.
like you use it on your best in slot item that you had to work really hard to get. Ugh,
Oh yeah.
awful.
Oh my
But
Yeah.
this is the
that's what
Ashes of
happens.
Creation
Everybody
stream.
here in the chat knows
so
it. They have
you could find it on their channel.
some over enchant Stan that went and over enchanted his only piece of gear, blew it up, and never was heard from again.
What about you, Steven?
No problem at all.
Do you gravitate towards a specific type of profession?
Ooh, that's a good question. I really like farming. Like I loved just the act of like planting something, waiting for it to grow, and then harvesting it. I especially liked it if there are okay, I'll take this back. So I do like that. I think that's relaxing. Like after I'm out adventuring or something, I just go to my home, I'll literally role play, lay it, like sit in my chair or lay in my bed, get some rested experience, and I'll just watch a little YouTube video or whatever. Get up, go check the like grounds. Do I need to pick up some herbs and shit? And, excuse me.
Language.
But, I know. Sorry about that. But then I also love
gonna
fishing.
Leave you out.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you. I
Wasn't
also
quick
like fishing. I think fishing's a lot of fun as
Thank you.
well in the games that I played, especially like I liked Arcage's sports fishing. I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, I kind of like farming. I think farming's my favorite thing to do. I
Yeah,
like
so-
it when you can farm and get a lottery. Like there were in one of the games, there was like a thunderstruck tree, right? And you could, put down a bunch of like cedars or whatever. And I always anticipated coming back to the farm and was like, am I going to get a thunderstruck or, what's going to happen here? And then, yeah, you didn't get any. But, I do like that aspect.
Yeah, those ones, the mini games, like those are, when I say gravitate towards like enchanting, there's less of a mini game ever in enchanting. It's always recipes and it's collection, right?
Oh yeah.
But doing the mini games that's a lot of fun. That's good times in MMOs.
I have
Oh, yeah.
PTSD from mini games because I used to make mini games, and like when I was a designer back in the day, we did a lot of like Flash mini games. So I have qualms. I like playing them as a player, but creating them was a pain.
Yeah.
I think for me, I always change it up. It depends on like the class I'm playing in the game that I'm playing and what's the best, like what I'm going to benefit from the most is what I normally go with. But I do like farming. I feel like farming always ends up being something that's like off to the side. It's not specific to your class stuff. Whereas I find with class, I always end up either being like a leather worker or a blacksmith or something like that to be able to benefit from it for my character and my guild.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a benefit from any system I interact with. Some beneficial progression, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move on to our environment.
By the way, real
goodness.
quick, is that buffalo as like very small or is the fox very big? in
It
this?
is very small. I actually was thinking that, but I didn't think he had time to like rescale it. So I was like, I'm not gonna make him redo the scene. But I was like,
Is that like
he's
a
very
pygmy
tiny.
buffalo or water buffalo or a giant?
He's a baby.
He's a pocket
He's
buffalo.
a baby bull. Just
He's a teacup
Yeah.
buffalo. Okay, got
oh, teacup buffalo. That's actually kind of adorable. We do need little tiny versions. These guys are the coolest. These are my favorite creatures so far. They're just so
it. Oh yeah,
cool looking.
the big boys,
Yeah.
chunguses.
The chunguses. All right, moving on to environment art. You've heard us talk about the Riverlands actually a lot throughout this stream already. If you go back and replay it and put all the pieces together, maybe you'll get bonus points from me. But this is kind of the area on the map that we're going to be talking about right now. And I'm going to show you basically what our environment team has been working on is really focusing on the biome work. Specifically, they have a lot of things to showcase on the Riverlands perspective. And this is the ancestral home of the Aelin humans, currently home of the Kalar humans. So if you are a Kalar, maybe this will be very intriguing for you. So I will show you some.
Yeah, I just went through a biome review yesterday with Environment and the Art Council, and I was
Very
looking at
nice.
these concept pieces that Richmond did, and I was like, wow,
Wow.
these
I'm probably going
definitely
KLR
capture
whenever this
elements
releases
of our
as well.
riverlands that we want
Because I'm
to
a
have,
basic
but
human
even
being.
more so incorporating some additional fantastical elements, right? Like there was
Yeah.
one of my most, and I don't know, you guys obviously are Lord of the Rings fans. You've seen Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite scenes is in the Fellowship when they're going down that river and they come across those ancient statues that are just like giant statues, and they're like putting their hand out. Remember that?
Yeah,
Remember that
yeah.
scene when they come across those
Yep.
two
We
giant
have
statues?
some big
Oh, I
statues like
know,
that
I
in
know.
game. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Some
And
really cool ones.
those that like moment to me was super was
Like iconic for
really
you.
iconic in that series, right? And having elements that are incorporated as part of our biomes, right? Not even just from a point of interest standpoint, but just from a set dressing perspective for the territory itself, having big fantastical elements of that, I think lends itself to telling a story of a fantasy realm.
Oh, 100%. It's things
Yeah.
that you can't experience like in real life, right? But still feel almost realistic in a
Mhm.
fantastical sense.
Yeah, so this is going to be one of the primary biomes. I believe there's 8 that are scheduled for
Mhm.
for Alpha 1. Um, and the Riverlands is going to be a big portion of that.
Yes, and
Um,
it is a very extremely like fertile alluvial plain. There's lots
Alpha
of
2, Alpha 2, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I
There's
said Alpha
yeah,
1.
Alpha 2.
Yes.
Sorry.
I have
We have
purchased
there's gonna be like a lot of lakes,
access to Alpha
rivers,
2.
estuaries.
Can't wait for it.
To create networks of like picturesque hills surrounded by vast river networks. So you're kind of getting a little depiction of
streaming it
those
too.
elements in these, as well as the land is
I
kind
need
of
to
broken
try
up
out as many classes as I can.
regularly with modest forest and little rocky outcroppings, and eventually they'll drain down to a coastal area. So if you look at the whole entire map, you can kind of see where those rivers and those lakes kind of go down to, all reminiscent of classic pastoral farmlands. So very, very fertile lands that will be great for farming, kind of fitting right perfectly into the animal husbandry topic that we were talking about before. This would be a great place to have your creatures kind of like grow up and have a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
things for them to eat and being able to provide a lot of crops and farming for yourself.
For
Cool.
sure.
Moving on from there, we have some Pyri node concept art. These are really rough, so very early stage exploration of these. They're experimenting with a lot of structure types, node layouts, materials, to begin to understand what works and doesn't work. Specifically for the Pyri and the Renkai, we have to keep in mind a lot of the mode design the node design limitations, including like racial influence, transfer, layout restrictions, location influence, etc. So these are really complex problems that they're trying to solve and keep in mind as they're building out these areas, especially for the unique races. So early on, they're just trying to kind of test their waters, see where things are, and see where Steven wants to kind of align everything.
Yeah, I think the big component here when looking
Thank
at
you
these
for that follow.
concepts for the Pyre is essentially,
Thank you very much.
their architecture is infused almost with the surrounding trees and vegetation, right? And then how do
This is
we
cool though.
encapsulate that from a node perspective in biomes that may not be forest oriented, right? You're going to have an outcropping of these large tree structures that are integrated with the building types on the footprint of the node itself. So you may have an outcropping of trees in the middle of a desert. How are we, these are the types of questions that, some of these cultures and architectures, the way that the node system is built, that they can exist across a spread of 18 biomes, but at the same time have to represent the cultural influence of these cultures that are intrinsically a part of a specific biome, like the Pyre, right? Now, the Pyre are the extreme example from a culture perspective, because they're the one that's most integrated with this idea of trees you're looking at. This one is a
This is the
Renkai.
Renkai. Yeah.
But you know, that's something that these concepts and those concepts were done by Joe, I believe, for the Pyre.
Joe was for the
These are,
Pirate, and then the
yeah,
Renkai
these
was
are for
Ryan.
the for
Yeah.
Ryan Richmond.
Mhm.
Yeah. The Renkai
I wrote it down
are
this time, so I know exactly who wrote it. Who did
nice,
it?
perfect, very good. Yeah. The same thing is true here with these assets, right? Part of the biome that the Renkai are accustomed to is a more swamp or marsh oriented, right? So they have these almost stilt-like foundations on some of the assets.
The first
because they're
alpha
intended to
was
sit above that
already
type area.
already
Well, how does that
carried out.
translate when we're moving into a
They haven't
desert,
announced the second
or
one
it's
yet.
at a node in a tundra?
I wasn't
right?
in Alpha 1
You know, those
because
are
I
elements that
unfortunately
have to be taken
didn't
into
have
consideration as,
what was it,
as part of
like
the
$500
environment's
to
purview
spend
of
on it.
creating a seamless transition between the
But
influences
I
of
did
these
spend a fair
cultures
amount of
and
money
biomes
for
in which
Alpha
they
2,
exist,
and I got some skins and
which can
whatnot.
be diverse.
Oh yeah, I'm all in
Yeah,
on this.
So the environment team
But
has been very,
I've
very
been keeping up
busy.
with it.
Beyond that, they are obviously are continuing work on, you know, props. So here are some concepts for some wagons for the Bayloon that they're working towards. So you can kind of see a few different versions of this that they're working on.
I totally felt like these were rickshaws.
I see that.
I could like,
Yeah.
instead of a mount, you have like an NPC character
Just a
pulling the
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Pull my carriage, sir. And then, you know, beyond that, we also have, you know, environmental elements like moss and things like that. Those all need to be created. The little tiny things that you never think about, perhaps, but we're paying attention to the little details.
Look at
so
that moss.
I know as you're
Amazing.
exploring the world, keep an eye out for those pieces because our artists are amazing.
I like Era says a mossy house, please. I would take a house with some of that
Ooh.
moss.
I think we have a few houses with moss on them.
Mouses,
so-
not mouses.
I
You
almost
can't
said
have
mouse.
those.
Yeah,
Those
no
will eat the
mouses in
cheese
your house.
storages. Yeah.
And then we have some more Hukilar banners. So I think we've shown
Very
a few
cool.
of these, but these are more of like the really fancy looking ones. Very beautiful.
Who did that moss?
I didn't have a name for the moss, but I know Jeff did the
Margaret.
Bayloon wagons.
I thought you wrote down all the names.
Well, they didn't give me names for everyone,
Oh, that's sad.
but I could maybe figure it out. But yeah, let me double check. Figure it out.
Oh no, it's okay. You're fine.
You sure?
Yeah, we can check when we start talking about the race.
Yeah, I think Environment didn't really share the names for some of those elements. In the future, I will
At the very
request that from
least-
Tristan.
There we go.
You do
Alright,
get a lot
next
of
up.
value out of what.
So this one, I don't know if you want to do
what the
some
alpha
prefacing
keys
before
were.
we
Like,
reveal something that no one has
Reveal?
ever seen before.
a bunch of
on the
what is
character
it?
art side.
Currency for the store
Let
to
us
get more
preface.
skins.
So,
I've gotten a couple skins already.
First,
I've gotten like
this,
mount skins. Like
rework
it's
of
all
the
cosmetic
Pyre,
stuff that we've got.
character
but in the
race,
end, there was a lot of value.
spearheaded by Manny,
But
I believe.
the price point
Correct?
was really high,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So-
and Manny has done a great job with the reveal of the Vec. So to give you a little
And
context,
you have to
obviously character
consider
races
the fact
are
that,
super important, right? These
there is a
are-
limited
these are
amount
the
of
choices
space
that we make
in
at
these
the
tests,
onset of our
especially like
adventure in
Alpha 1.
MMORPG.
There was
You know,
not a lot of
what
people
race, not just
were in the Alpha
mechanically,
1, and they stopped selling
aligns
the
with
keys
our
after a while.
decisions if those
Yeah.
races have game mechanics behind them from a stat perspective, but visually and culturally and historically, you know, what do these races represent? So it's important that visually they're distinct, right? And everyone's seen, you know, fantasy games do elves, so everyone's seen them do humans, everyone's seen them do orcs, right? There's an established kind of expectation almost behind what these traditional fantasy races represent. And there's a risk because whenever you're creating a new IP or a new story or a new world, a new universe, a realm in which things don't have to always be the norm, you can take a little bit of creative liberty to redefine some of the aspects of a particular race. And that can be a good thing because it's something that is new to players. It's something that is unique to the realm that we're building, the surroundings that you have, right? So what we wanted to do was push a little bit more on the unique side of what the Pyre would look like from a visual perspective. And I believe in Manny's creation that you're about to see here, there were some elements a little bit more closely aligned with being kind of one with nature. And that's, as you saw in the concepts, some of the thought process behind their architecture. And so it would make sense that it would be a thought process included in the actual visual representation of that character race. So this is the first time that you will be seeing the Pyre character race. Let us show it.
It has been shown. So
There it
beautiful.
is.
Ooh.
There is the Pyre character in
They have
all
horns.
her glory. And we also have some of the modeling work we'll show you in a little bit that's begun as well. But just to give a little bit more context here. So I can see, I think that you guys like it.
I don't think they like it, Stephen. I think they're not fans.
So that is.
I do have some questions that I want to. I know that they're going to ask is, for instance, do I have to have antlers as a Pyre character?
Sure, that's a great question.
Yeah.
And that is really the predominant characteristic that stands apart between what traditional wood elves from a fantasy sense have been and what our approach has been with Ashes of Creation. So the answer is yes. Players will have to have some form of these antlers slash,
secondary side of that. I know we haven't revealed Tulnar things, but how will that be balanced in regards to Tulnar having horns versus Pyre?
Sure, I think that that they can live with each other, right? There's obviously an element of the silhouette that needs to be distinct and unique because from just the fact that we do have PvP in the game, you always want to offer a visual threat assessment, knowing the characters you're coming up against, right, from a distance. Horns can be a part of that visual silhouette, but I think they'll be distinct enough that players will be able to recognize the difference. Additionally, one thing of note, you asked players are interested, do they have to have these? They do. However, from a character customization standpoint, these will be adjustable, right? Their length, their size, their width, their color, whether or not they'll have features like flowers that can bloom on the actual antlers, if they have buds, right? How do those antlers interact with climates as you move into them, right? Do they bloom in a
the
temperate
artists are losing their
zone?
minds right now. They're
No,
like, Stephen,
we have already showed
their
this feature.
Production feature stuff.
That's been scoped already.
We have already scoped that. Remember, if you guys will recall, about two live streams ago, we showed, what's the little turtle dude's name?
Terrapin? Is that the Terrapin turtle?
The Terrapin turtle.
Terrapin turtle.
Terrapin tortoise. We showed you that with different weathers and time of day, that the effects around the little tree stump, right, changed. The same can be true potentially for character races as well. And as an example, having flowers that might bloom on these antlers, I think would be an interesting component. Maybe they're bioluminescent, right? Maybe you can unlock these types of character featurettes later in the game as well. But anyways, those are adjustable. And players can play with them. And as a matter of fact, they don't have to be symmetrical either. They can be asymmetric in those adjustments. I think that'd be interesting as well. So yeah, let's take a look at the model of this.
Yeah.
The work now keep in mind, this is work in progress. So the model component here is still being created in preparation for Alpha 2. And this is just a rough
this is just
block
a
out.
sculpt. Yeah.
Yep. This is a sculpt that was it Atkins that did this, or who's
no?
doing this?
This is the same. This is
This
They're
is Manny
both-
as well.
Yeah, this is both
Awesome.
Manny, I believe.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So this is the model starting to get worked on. You will see this be very close to the image you just saw once it's complete. And then once we get it hooked up and put into the character customizer, you're going to be able to see just the level of flexibility and customization that's going to be provided by our engineering character teams. They're doing.
Yes, they are. And then beyond that, and I'm sure we're going to get your guys' feedback on that front, so I'll have the community managers put up something for you, but we'll definitely want your feedback on this beauty, so definitely let us know what you're thinking.
Absolutely.
Next.
And by the way, you guys gave great feedback on the VEC and the character races post last stream. So by all means, please go give some commentary as you did before on our Reddit, on our forums, on Twitter, whatever, and tell us what you think about the Pyre. You know, is this
Forums
a race
is definitely
that
the
you would
easiest
play?
for us to consolidate the feedback, so if you can post there, that would be super handy for our team.
I want them everywhere.
They can be everywhere. We're gonna gather it. It's just I'm
Everywhere.
letting them know like it's the easiest for us to gather when it's on our forums.
I like it when they share across their social medias and
sure.
people get to see things that they might not see if they're just on our forums. So go and talk about it.
Yes. All right. Next up, we have some updates for our Kalar Renkai based on some of the feedback that you all provided. So I'll start with the Kalar. And we have our female version, which is the first time we're showing her updates as well.
Oh, so these are some of the skin updates, yeah?
Yes.
Well, that looks like
and
a human
the first
to
time
me.
They're seeing the female Kalar.
Really?
Yeah. Well, with the new updates.
The
Yeah.
redone. Yeah.
Their eyes look kind of
I love her hair.
Yeah.
a little
Hair's good.
glossy,
Skin
right?
update's great. Did they have those types of bikinis in the Middle Ages?
I don't think so.
Brian, did they?
We're gonna
have-
change it up.
I don't know. You want to go research it?
Kidding.
But is it just me, or do
Research
they look like they're
bras.
stoned?
Go.
Medieval bras.
I think I
Medieval
have actually
bikinis.
searched that before for a purpose of something like this before. It's funny. All right. Then we also have.
Somebody said, "LOL, people pooped in buckets, dude." Did they in buckets? I don't know if they'd waste a good bucket like that. I just think they did outside.
They just like open their window, poop out the window.
There you go. Or in a hole.
Next up, we have some Renkai updates as well.
Oof! Look at him.
He looks so good.
He's a chunky boy.
He's a beefcake.
Yes, he is. He's a beefy one. Yeah, I like the influence, almost what appears to be somewhat scaly on the arms and the back and the skin a little bit. I mean, it looks like, you know, he may have some type of influences of Dragonborn in his lineage or something. I don't know. That's maybe something people can theorize about or chat about if the Renkai or their parent race, the Kaivek, had some history with a dragon at some point.
Oh, maybe. I wonder.
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It's really funny because someone asked us in PI, they're like, are they dragons? And we're like,
They're so
"We don't
freaking
know."
muscly, man.
Yeah, doesn't
They're
their banner
huge.
also have a dragon in the
Maybe.
iconography?
Maybe.
Their hands are
That's
gigantic.
interesting. It's an interesting take, an interesting idea. We have to explore that one a little bit.
It's so they can hold two-handers at the same time.
Beyond that,
It could
we
just
do
be
have-
dry skin.
The type
Could just
Maybe he
be
needs some
dry
lotion. This guy needs a Bath and Body Works.
Beyond that, we've got some new stuff to show you on the costume front. Obviously, our artists not only are creating new models and updating models, but they're also working on all of the costumes.
That armor looks
and,
sick.
you know, items that you can achieve in game. This is one of the summer backers items, but
What was
you
this
get to
one
see
called?
Majesty.
The Majesty.
costume.
It's like a queen.
I love the shoulder work. That big pauldron thing.
Yeah, I like the iridescence in it too. It's really nice.
The metal. There's the The metal material looks good.
And you can see it how light affects it too, which is really cool.
It's very cool.
Yes. And then we don't always show a lot of these work in progress ones, but I think this one will be fun for you guys to check out, which is our little mushroom one, the Mascarian Marshalls version. But this is kind of getting to see the early versions of, how they create these costumes and then what they turn out to be.
So if he's hungry, can he just start eating his
Yeah,
hat?
like the scariations.
That'd be great.
That
just like
some
carve a
tribes
little piece
do
off
on
and
their
make like
skin.
a portobello mushroom sandwich or something.
That sounds yummy.
What kind of mushroom is that?
Or they could just
I
literally
don't
have
know.
that as their skin.
Toadstool.
A toadstool.
It's big though.
It's a toadstool.
So a mushroom nerd out there will know.
But I hope it's like designs that
the
you
next
could choose
one
from.
is,
Yeah,
and the
that'd be
final one
cool.
that we'll be showing is the Balmain. This is the bearded Balmain.
That's a goat horse.
Oh, look at that
Not
guy.
Bell.
Elephant. What?
And I believe
It's
this
a
was
long
one you
horse.
designed, Steven.
Yeah, it's a long.
Yeah.
Maybe I was watching like a Charlie. Charlie.
Charlie.
Charlie.
Hey, I don't know how to feel about this one. It's got like a cat tail too.
But very cool, very different.
That's very weird.
As you guys know, we make some strange creatures sometimes. This one's not as strange as some of them, but
It's just a long. It's a, maybe there's like two people. Those horse costumes.
Yeah.
That's what I feel
There's
like.
one
this
person
is.
on one side.
One
and the other.
dude's just like keeping his distance, and that's why it's so long.
To me, what's more
Is that
weird
paint,
is that,
or is that, like,
he has
hair?
like a cat tail.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I designed that.
It's because he's
It's
so
pretty
long, and because of that length, he
balance.
needs something to balance a little bit. Yeah.
I like it. All right.
Was he gonna pounce?
And then with that, we will head on to our Q&A. So I will try to get through these as quickly as possible because I know we're a little over time. Our question first to start us off is Burgund Iron Guard. And
See,
this is
I
about
actually
enemy
have that
AI.
mount.
Will enemy AI
I
be
actually
aware of
was
their
able to purchase
environmental
that, so I have that
surroundings,
turtle,
and
and I will be
ranged
riding it
NPCs be
around
able
when
to
I have
use
the
cover
chance.
when fighting
But I don't have
players?
this thing.
Ooh, that's a good
I would
question.
love to have that.
Some encounter design is going to, of course, use the environment, right? Whether that be from a hazards perspective, or there's AI that
And
a
I have
certain
that little
hit
Firefox
point
thing.
percentage, or some condition is met, some predicates met. The behavior tree says, go run behind this corner, right? Like there is definitely going to be examples of that as part of our encounter designs. Whether that's going to be something that's heavily used as part of our general overland population, it might be, probably not as prevalent there. But yeah, that's something that's going to be available through our AI systems.
All right. And then our next question is from Fozuzu, and they want to know about naval content. Will any classes or archetypes have buffs or restrictions during naval combat? Or will they behave the same as they do on land?
I do want to see the big dinosaur mounts. Like those things are cool.
Class-related interaction on the naval
And the
side.
Pyrite look cool too.
There's
like the wood
definitely
elves.
going to be elements of utility in class design that will be beneficial for
Not exactly the kind of
naval
character that I would want to play,
gameplay.
but I want to see those characters
Whether or
around.
not that is going to be highly focused as a naval specific ability, probably not. But there will be some overlap with those utility skills and circumstantially what's happening at sea, right?
I wonder how many
For
customizations you have for
example,
the
there might be
antlers.
some type of ability that a class has to hold their breath longer underwater.
Because
right?
if there's a lot,
and that
that'd
would
be
be
really
something
cool.
that's beneficial, of course, at sea.
If you go overboard, I suppose. Let's hope you stay
Right.
on your boat as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay. Our next question is from Hurt May or Mai.
But
and
I'm
they
not
wanna
sure
know
about that kind of
climate effects.
architecture.
Assuming certain abilities
Cool
are
to kill.
stronger or weaker in different
Squishy
climates,
elves.
does that extend to the weekly seasons and the more varied weather changes across Vera?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the descriptors we use to define mechanically what a particular climate offers, from cold, arid, hot, those are going to be descriptors that are also incorporated as part of weather events. And during those
And you could
weather
take those
events,
rhinos
those weather events, the
using
area of effect that the
animal
event
husbandry.
is occurring in will likely have
And you can either make
its
them mounts,
climate descriptor
beasts of
overridden
burden,
by whatever the event is
siege animals,
specifically. So
battle
tornadoes might be
pets,
windy,
etc.
blizzards might be cold, right? And if an Arctic dragon comes into a temperate climate, it brings the cold weather with it, and that can be interacting with skills and abilities or other functions.
And
like
I'm
farms and whatnot.
I'm part of a guild who
Very
is
interesting
preparing
to
for
see how
this.
that pans out.
We have over
Our next
200
one
some odd
is
members,
going to be the
250
rep
maybe.
from Dynasty Life, and they want to know about
And
mounts.
once this game
Will you
releases
be able
fully,
to negate fall damage
we're going to create
while
a
mounted?
civilization
And if not,
of our own.
would there be a reduced amount of fall damage or no reduction at all?
pretty
And I know we've
rad.
talked about fall
It's
damage
gonna be
before,
like
but I don't think we've talked about while you're on a mount what our intended
role
solution
play
is.
oriented as well.
I think the intended solution
with like politics
for
and
falling
stations.
while mounted is that the
Quests.
damage is still going to occur, but it will first be soaked by the mount's hit points.
Original characters,
and then
etc.
if there is overflow
Storylines.
and the mount dies as a result,
Oh yeah,
then
and mounts die in
we'll
this
have
game.
to determine whether
apparently.
we want that overflow to go to the character or
Once
if the mount will
you
soak the
obtain them,
overflow.
or hatch them from
but
an
that's
egg,
something
they have a
that
certain
we'll
lifespan
retest.
before they
All right.
perish.
And this one's from Neuro Guy, and they want to know about procedural generation. You've mentioned procedural generation catacombs under Divine Metropolises, but do you currently have any plans to use procedural generation for any other types of content? Like any examples for dungeons or raids or islands, etc.?
Sure. I think that procedural tools are good as long as that procedural
Yeah, imagine having like
is
a couple of your
well-defined
boys
and
who
has
are like
specific
animal
parameters for
handlers,
which it exists and is not
breed up some siege rhinos.
going to be visually or mechanically perceived as procedural, right? Like that's
Send them into the
that to
huge
me is
battles that we're going to fight in the
is
fields
the
and
gray
in
area
castles.
of using. I mean, obviously MMOs are huge, right? And wherever we can leverage procedural mechanics in such a way that does not appear procedural.
What
we
game
should.
currently gilded in?
So there
Are you
is
talking about
there's a
my guild?
healthy
Because
blend
we're
between the things that
we're setting up for this
and
mostly.
having defined parameters for it, and then incorporating a procedural component.
For now,
and
it's
in that sense,
it's whatever we're interested in, like Lost Ark or
but where
before that it was New
the
World.
predominance of kind of what we're implementing
There's also
should
FF.
be curated or by design.
Yeah, and we've shown some things.
Other
If you
things,
watched our
like
last
Total
live
War.
stream, we showed the road system and how
But we're
those
gearing up for
roads
this.
will kind of be generated, as well as how they will level up.
And we
based
have
on nodes.
all kinds
So,
of
very
different
interesting.
branches in our guild.
And
Like
to
we
be
have
clear, like even on the road
military,
front, right,
economic.
like,
We have executive.
There's still restrictions.
those paths are defined between each node prior, right?
There are scouts. There are
so
mage
they
circles,
become visible
druid circles,
and progress when the
elite
predicates
PvP
dictate
units
a node reaches a certain
that they're
level,
just
or,
putting together.
some tree falls in the center of the road or something, right? So in a sense, those aren't really procedural per se, but they're kind of curated in those connections. But yeah.
I don't know about animal
The next
husbandry,
one here is from
but I
Overthrow,
might
and they want to know about inventory.
be more
How
of a
much larger
shipbuilder
will a
actually.
Metropolis warehouse's inventory be
Because
than
there's
a
ships in this
caravan's
game.
inventory? And I
At
know
some
it's very
point.
specific. You might not have the answer. To
Like
that.
sailing, like on
That is the
Sea of
question.
Thieves.
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. Trad's been doing a good amount of work with the inventory system.
But also there's
and,
blacksmithing that I kind of want to try.
we, I think have a really
Make my own
cool,
weapons and armor.
plans for Alpha 2 that utilize this unique inventory
See how
system.
custom I can make
What
them.
is the
Hopefully.
what is the difference
my own little
between capacity
on a
in
weapon.
a caravan versus that of a warehouse,
even.
right? So one of the things we're talking about with caravans is
And there's
that
caravans, which that
resources
sounds
get
really fun.
placed in crates, right? And caravans have crate capacity, and crates have different levels of quality. And the higher the quality
Well,
of
what
the
he's talking
crate,
about right now
the
is
greater diversity of
caravans, and I don't know if you
materials
heard
can be
about
stored within the
caravans
crate,
in this game,
and the greater the
but
capacity,
essentially,
potentially. However, you would need a
whenever my
crate
guild
to
makes a
transfer
city,
supplies back
and
to
that
a
city, hold
caravansary
on,
or back to a node.
and that city wants to trade with another city, right? You could set up a caravan, which will literally create a wagon that you have to protect with your teammates, and they can be attacked by other players. And if you defend them and they get to their destination, good on you. But if you want to attack caravans to just get resources and do PvP, you can do that as well. But as far as my guild is concerned, it's not just going to be like, that's how caravans work, big deal, whoop-de-doo, if they get attacked, they get attacked. It's more RP than that. It's going to be more like, if our caravans are attacked, we want to know by who, and once we find that out, we're going to send emissaries to their lands, ask them why they are attacking us, diplomacy and stuff like that. Like, if they are belligerent, if they don't want to like talk to us or respond in any meaningful way, then we declare war and we summon the Sentinels, which is the Grey Sentinels, the guild. But still, yeah, we're adding like an extra layer on top of it. But caravans on their own, really fun. Sounds awesome.
From which then you have the storage capacity in your warehouse.
But there's more than that too. Like there's
so transported goods by caravan require crate capacity first, and then can translate into
all of that is on the ocean
storage
too.
capacity
There will be
within a
ocean
warehouse
caravans as
inventory
well.
management system or a personal inventory bag
So
management
ocean
system.
PvP.
That's just to give you a little bit of insight.
Cannons and
That's
stuff
part
like that.
of the direction
I can't
that
wait
we've
to
been
see
going
that.
in iterating upon our inventory management
Maybe
system.
not cannons.
and
I don't
how
know. I don't know what
caravans
they're gonna
interact
do.
with that inventory management and material
Magic.
resources. And then where those will live for Alpha 2 is going to be a lot of testing, of course. But there's some.
But
some
when is
elements
Alpha
of that.
2?
And like all things, we're in development, so everything's subject to change. So just keeping that in mind as well. But
Right.
I would like an endless crate, Stephen.
An endless
A
crate?
bottomless
Nice.
crate, please. Thank you.
Yes. I have to talk to Trad about that.
Okay. Trad,
The
hook me up,
veritable
bro.
bag of holding.
Hook me up.
Yes,
yeah.
there you go. The bag of holding,
Yeah.
or the handy haversack.
Yes, yeah.
We can't
That's
have
funny.
those. Those are
Yes.
someone else's. But
Oh, sad.
Our next question is from Bartik, and they want to know about freeholds. Will processing
sure there will be,
freeholds be passive or require
plenty of
some
raiding
kind of
opportunities.
activity or mini game to work?
I missed the first part. What is it in freehold you're talking about?
Will processing within
processing.
freeholds be passive
Get
or
a
require
horde
some kind
of
of
orcs.
activity or mini game to work?
Desolate the
Both.
countryside.
Right now, the proposal isn't that it's a mini game.
Unfortunately,
I'm gonna
that's
say
not really what my
mini
guild
game
wants to do.
aspect.
They want to be city
And
builders.
We're going to try it as an opt-in.
More
But right now,
more
processing
like Alliance
as it
than Horde, if you
stands
catch my
for
drift.
Alpha 2's implementation is
But
that there is a certain
I
amount of
understand
prep work that's
completely.
required first for the industry-specific component, which is the building, right? That prep work might be finding a certain amount of lumber to light the fire in a kiln or whatever, right? To a certain temperature in order for you to process a certain grade of ore, and that grade of ore being malleable then into an ingot, right? And that produces that ingot, so to speak. Now, in that process, there's a gathering component, there's a preparatory phase, there is a time-related component, and then there's also possibilities that the machine you're using itself has some type of gameplay layer should the guild get overheated, or and you have to throw some water on it or something. Like there are elements there in that
that's
process
cool.
that we kind of want to mimic. This gameplay opportunity for players to interact and not just be a time sink, but time sink is also a component of it as well, because that's the throttle for.
I do think there will be such things as
production of
nomadic
processed
tribes.
materials from raw gatherables into the economy. So, yeah.
Or just like roving hordes that
Alright.
annihilate
This
cities
next
and
one
sweep
is
up.
from Emberstone, and
across
they
the
want to know
lands,
about
you know what I'm
mount
saying?
skills. Will there be skills for mounts dedicated to making?
There'll be
long
those who
distance traveling
conquer and
fun?
those who
And I know
try to
we have
defend
talked
against
about
the
mount skills
conquerors.
already in the past. I think this is specifically about more like fun things they can do whilst they're traveling on their mount.
Yeah, I think that we've talked about this in the past, right? The ability to kind of do really big jumps and traverse interesting terrain and have gliding mechanics. And,
The gliding stuff
those are
sounds
all
interesting to me.
traversal elements that break up the monotony of a steady pace or of a, consistent path that you're taking, right? Those, I think, help break that monotony up. But then in addition, we have travel between nodes, right? That can be had, which is more almost automated to a sense, right? Either you take a flight path or
Flight
your
path, huh?
ground-based mount is like running along, and if you want to break them off that path, like you can interject. But if there is, from node A to B, you can travel faster than normal mount speed between node A and B, but you have to go to B before you go to C with that system. You can't go from A to C, so to speak, right? So that's something that we're working on as well.
Okay.
Autopathing?
And then we have our second to last, our penultimate question from Nia is about world building. What do you think about adding additional satellites surrounding Vera? An example being multiple moons or celestial bodies in the night sky. Who said there was only one moon?
Delamood.
Yeah, there are multiple moons. I think we've said that in the past.
Yeah.
There are multiple moons. Definitely the element of the night sky or even the day sky, I think, is a fantastical touch that is often a missed opportunity in games that we've played that are fantasy, right? Um, I do feel that the sky box is a place where we can do a lot of fun and visually appealing and beautifully aesthetic things. So that is a component of the environment team.
Lighting is so important. It changes everything.
Yeah.
We're very well aware. And then we
And not
have
even just lighting. I'm just talking about seeing a colorful moon as opposed to the
Ooh,
gray,
yeah.
normal moon, right?
Like a rainbow moon?
Seeing the ability for some aurora borealis or something, right, in the night sky. Like the skybox, in my opinion, is a real scene setting opportunity.
Well, that's wonderful.
And a lot of games, and I think more recently, a lot of games are emphasizing that, but the games I played growing up didn't.
I want to go on a stargazing adventure. Like, bring your caravans with a bunch of like telescopes on them and just go out there and watch the stars and stuff.
Well, you better get something for that.
Absolutely.
I swear, if it's just looking at the skybox, I'm gonna be mad.
Our final question is from Nayrock, wanting to know about naval combat. What kind of attachments will we be able to place on our ships? That's a really cool question. I want to know the answer too.
Yeah, I think those attachments live within three categories, right? They're offensive, they're defensive, and they're utility. And that's primarily the types of attachments you're going to come to expect. It's going to be, ships are going to also have classes. Those classes are going to dictate the type
healer ships, tank ships,
of attachments that can be applied and in what quantity, right? like a military vessel type may have more capacity for weapon-based attachments, right? A transport ship might have more capacity for defensive-based attachments, and then you'll have more versatile ships that can share across those types. So, in that sense, you are constructing a componentized ship for the types of activities you intend to do. Are you a raider? Are you a mover of goods? Are you an adventurer? Like, these types of things are going to inform your decision of what the attachments you're going to have in those three categories.
All right, very cool. And that is it. Anything else either of you guys want to add in here before we wrap up for today's stream? Another month has gone by.
Another month has gone by.
We're heading into March. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. I'm definitely ready. No, there's been a lot of awesome things going on, and honestly, it's great that you guys in the audience are super patient with this Alpha 2 process. We appreciate that from a development side. We want to show you all the things, and as every month goes by, we are getting closer and closer to showing you some of these new systems and the new combat and the new art
Well, you know how
aspects, and we hope you guys are enjoying kind of
you
watching
know how
along
flying
with
is
that
limited
process,
in
because it means
Ashes?
a lot to us to get your feedback. It means a lot to us
How
to see your excitement.
only like mayors
That's always a
and
very healthy and positive
castle
relationship
owners
between us as developers and you guys as the community.
and the very rare
And the more you see things,
raider.
the more you're able to spread the word about Ashes. So we appreciate that as well. As
Yeah.
we start to get more things,
Gliding should be
in a
for
presentable
everybody,
state,
though?
I'm excited
That's
to
what
see
they
your
said.
guys' response to that. It's going to be fun.
So it's more like,
fun next few months.
you know,
It'll
just
be the
jumping
most
off
fun
somewhere
for my
high
team too,
and
because we get to write articles and make
gliding
video
across the
content
forest
and
canopies
share
and stuff
that
like
along
that.
with you all as
That's
well.
still
So
pretty cool,
I'm
but
very excited.
I don't know. They just did it
And thank
differently.
you, Langford, for joining us.
The city
Yes,
building,
thank you,
though,
Ryan.
is
That was
where
Thank you for
they've
having
got
me.
me.
Am I muted?
Yes.
Yeah,
No, you're good.
Okay.
I want
can hear
me
you.
and my
Anything
friends,
you
my
wanna say
community
to
to
the
just come
community?
together,
Now that
It
you're
was
build
here?
a
really nice to
city,
meet you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
hold
Happy
lands.
3 years, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Happy
know,
3
right?
years.
Happy 3 years. It's been great. I'm looking forward to the next 30.
Flying
Yes.
is really, really limited in this game. Like, there will only
30,
be
sure.
cutting us short. Come on,
maybe
60.
6 or 7,
They
if
say
that,
they're going to be
people
inventing
in a
something
single
soon medically
server
that'll let us
that can
expand the
actually
human
take off
lifespan
the
by,
ground
like,
and fly
twofold.
on something,
Wow.
Thank
I hope they get that sooner than
which
later.
is
I know,
kind of
right?
crazy.
I hope they get it
But
within my lifetime. So
It is a
I
real
can live
advantage
longer.
when it
That's what
comes
I'm
to
saying.
like
I got things to do, man. All right, with that,
open field battles,
we hope that
sieges.
you like seeing the new
Especially
race
if you
model for
give,
the pirate.
especially since the
And if
flying
you do,
goes to
definitely give us feedback. If you
a
don't like
leader
something, let us know.
of some kind
We will have some more form
with
posts up as
buffs
well
around
with
them, some
feedback,
kind of
so
like
just give us all the feedback that you possibly
whatever
can.
buffs
We
they
love
have
it and
around them.
appreciate it. And
There will
are
be
new
like
seeing adjustments and
inspirations
changes,
or
and you will be seeing
attack
those
buffs
as
or
we
defense
progress
buffs, something
through
like
our
that.
development process. Our February cosmetics
So they can
will be
fly
swapping over on
into
March 9th, so
important
if you want
parts of
those,
the
get them now.
battlefield
And of course, thank
bolster
you all for
where it's
tuning
needed.
in, and thank you to Brian and Stephen for joining me. I know you all are busy, and to all of you, stay healthy
But
and safe.
for the
We
most part,
appreciate you.
Ashes,
And if you want to
gonna
relive
stay
the
on the
action
ground.
of this live stream, we will have it up on our YouTube channel, and it will also be cut up on our Twitch channel for you really quickly as soon as the stream is over. And follow us on all of our social channels:
But
Twitter, Facebook,
from what they
Instagram,
said today
Snapchat,
with the
whatever
animal
your jam
husbandry,
is. We post
and
there
not every
quite
mount is
often, a
created
lot. We
equal.
interact
So
with
you could
all,
be riding
so, we'd
something
love to see
that
you there.
is meant for
And if you
battle,
want to
or
chat
you
with
could
us
be
more,
riding
we're on
something that is meant for
Discord,
travel.
our Ashes of Creation
right?
Discord, as well as over on our forums.
Speed or
So
like
come hang out with us, come chat with us,
abilities
and
like
we will see you
jumping
next
or
month
gliding,
for another development
etc.
update.
Who
Bye,
knows,
everybody.
man?
Hi, everybody.
Toodles.
Whew. All right. All right. Oh, hold on a second. My cover. Hello. This is my face. What's up? So before this, I was playing Elden Ring. And we're probably gonna get right back to that. So, don't want to stick around, see that? Thanks for stopping by. But we're gonna get right back into it. Alright. Boss time! I need to change my title back. Okay. Stream info updated successfully. Oh, jeez. So there's a boss up here. Traverse the light. Just got caught by it. Nice. Already chugging. Almost caught again. I deserve that. Oh, got the shockwave. Sorry for that. Thanks for stopping by. SG2. If you have a Twitch channel, I'll check you out too. I'm gonna just get beat up here. One more hit. Not like this. Okay, got it. Trying to figure out a system for air combat that would be fun and not just a hit and fall off and die situation. Are you talking in Ashes? Because, like, if there is a system where you get knocked out of the air, that still sounds pretty good. Because flying is going to be OP as hell. How did you get up here? Oh. Boing. Some of these messages are really bad. Hidden path ahead. Whew. Wow, that's such a great message. Okay. Be wary of ahead. Wait. This was the way out. I'm done. It's the other way. Okay. Just... whatever. I'm gonna sit down. Calm down, boy. Calm down, boy. Alright. I need strength. I need souls. Well, let me guess, you sell spells?
Tarnished, are we? I wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here? Ah, a yen for glintstone sorceries. I dare say your proclivities are far from ideal. Oh well, perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still wish to learn from me?
Oh, you're a witch?
Well, you are a piece of work. Very well. You are now my protege in glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle, or cast kind words. Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
Fair enough. Hey, get your name out there, man. For now, I believe your name is right above mine. Or my head, anyway. So, who knows? Study sorcery. I don't have a... Well, I'm not smart, so I can't do this. I don't word good. But hey, I mean, here they are. Nod and thought. Hold on. Okay, found the sorcerer. Cool. Any faith spellcasters around here? Just gotta run around and look more. Nope. Wrong button. Stupid. Yep. No duding for you. No duding. Hello. You have a big sword. Can I have that? Yeah, do it, dude. Do it. Ooh. What did I just do there? Oh, I just got lucky, I think. Oh, I deserve that. No. No. Okay. The death counter increases. 14. Okay. Have to warm back up after just sitting there watching the AOC stream. I already killed all these guys, just so you're aware. Oh, Poopy. Is that a Delgo? Am I not blocking? Hello? Hello. Why are you, Okay. Nothing out of you, I guess. Hey, yeah. Goodies. Looked painful, yeah. That's what I get. Thou shalt be punished. Seems to be a lot of goodies here, though. Fortnite. Okay. That's a good message. What's up with these tubes, huh? That's a lot of runes, actually. Corpse. That's a goodie. Okay. No. This is the Estus upgrade, the frickin' Crimson Flask. Estus. Yeah. Love. Jumping? No. Heck no. Mushroom. Okay, hold on. That's good. No life ahead. That's true. True and real. Hello. That looks like a camp of some kind. I wish it was climbing in this game. But nope, there's only one way in. Oh, they're already shooting at me. Cool. No one to blow the horn. I knew somebody would shoot me like that. I can't fight while I'm getting shot at like this. Punishment. These guys are tough. I'll get you. Just you wait. I just don't have a long, like... I'm going at a horseman with a sword, right? I don't have a good weapon for that. I mean, I do. Oh, wait, can I use this? Oh, I can two-hand this. But I go over my head. Wait. I wait. Weight goes down if I break this. Medium load. But I can't block. Heavy load if I have that. But I can two-hand this. I can mount up and fight him, yes, but I've actually... I found that that's a little less effective. Goes up this way, right? Like... Wheel. I don't have the stats to one-hand this, but I can two-hand it. Yeah, it's over there. I don't want to fight, doggy. So I have to kill the guy with the horn first. Otherwise, he's gonna blow it, and the entire camp's gonna come out here and try to fight me. In order to do that, I want to kind of sneak up on him. Stealth great swordsman. That's what I am. So I want them to, like, path back, and then take that banner guy out. Because they're gonna turn around here in a second. And there they go. That's much better. I can hit them. I know what that is. That's the upward cut. Come my way. You want to fight, don't you? I just don't want to get shot, too. With tracking missiles. Almost. I'm staggering him. This sword is wrecking. Demolish. Ooh, that disappeared as soon as it almost hit me. I wish I had ranged abilities, but I don't. Of course. I can do that too now. But I'm still getting shot at. So I'd like some cover. Two-handed greatsword, man. That's it. Give me an item. No. Okay, so there's a dude. Thank you. There's a dude. Is that a rapier? Wow. No! Kind of good. Anyways, we're getting shot at. Cool story, bro. Stagger is so good, man. Like... Is there a back way, though? I would prefer it. Nah, no way. Thanks. Needed that. Chug of luck. Alright. Ah! No, thank you. Immediately looked over there thinking, there's another missile coming. I can line of sight him here. Great swords, man. They're pretty great. something over there. Oh, it's a crafting material. Starlight shards. These mages deserve death. I think I need to mount up to get across that, though. Suck. Dang you, Miyazaki. Royal House Scroll. Key item. Ow. Gotta jump up to get you. Shut up. Be wary of gorgeous view. I wonder if people still get, like, notified that their message was upnuded. Whoosh. The horse can help me. No! Oh well. 16. Fall damage, please, why? Oh. And I'm back here. Wait, so I have a scroll. Do you want to read it?
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning?
Ignorance.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
What did you get? I'm not very smart, though. I have 9 intelligence. I have a lot of faith, though. This isn't meant for me. I need to imbue my blade with lightning, not smartness. Okay, where am I going? Oh, I'm in combat, so I can't open the map. I'm not gonna go back there. It's pointless. I want your stuff. Hold on. Screw your flames. straight sword counter, basically. If I had a straight sword, that didn't mean anything. Didn't hit me. That did. Ah! Right back at you, buddy. Rune fragments. God dang the zombies. Still hit me with it. Potion get. See a crab down there. That's the fort. Crabs are freaking terrifying in this game, though. I already know it because it's like Dark Souls, man. What the frick? Oh, I know what that is. Okay, I see a ball. I want that ball. That shiny little ball right there. But I know there's some bullshit gonna happen. I want to kill this thing first. Hey, what's up? Great dragonfly head. I wonder if I could actually... Hold on. This one better. That's not so terrifying at all anymore with the horse. Fighting that thing on foot is terrifying. The horse is not so bad. Bang. Up. Bada boom. Bing. Pow. What you got? Crab eggs. Nice. I missed. Tiny. It's hard to hit you. Okay. I freaking knew it, dude. I freaking knew it. One sheet. Cool. Ooh. Oh god! The horse is dead. Freaking run. There they are. There we are. That's what I was talking about. There's two of them, and they just was like, "You're mine now." Okay. Well, I got the thing I wanted. Kind of want to go get the souls back, though. Got flanked and shanked. Pincer maneuver, if you will. I have no reason to fight these crabs other than to grab this. So I'm out. Peace. That looks like a swamp of death over there. Oh, hello. guy? Could this be a checkpoint? It's not.
You must be the new Tarnished. You do well to steer clear of a Gill Lake, fledgling. A dragon roosts there, and it's as fearsome
There's his face.
as it is majestic. So, unless you're mad or wish to be burned alive, stay clear of the lake. Don't be a fool. Turn back before it's too late.
Kill a dragon, huh? Okay. Let's see if we can do it. I have a two-handed greatsword, so. Stay clear of the lake, he says. Hello. Force combat. Ah! Side. Gotta take him on face to face. I don't want to mess with more crabs, but he said there's a dragon out here. Dragonbird ruins, yeah. I think it's this way. Oh, there's dogs in here. There's dogs in here. Dragonfly? Get out of here. Dogs are kill on sight. Third personing for the win. Above all, I want all dogs to be dead. What's up with your eyeballs? Rare materials. Stupid zombies. Not close enough. Oh, there's a hole here. There's a hole. We should look around for a point of respawn or something. Going into like a boss. If there's a point down there, fair enough. Is it that? sure is. What's this message say? Head. Makes sense. Boss time. Try luring out rats. I know how to lure things out. I went too far. It's okay. Better luck. Don't want to get swarmed by rats. Refilled. You know, this just means that anything that I find in here... Oh, it's not a boss. A transporter trap. Yeah, transporter trap. Where am I going? The Crystal Tunnel. Sick. Gravity Stone, huh? Time for sorcery? Yeah, there was a trap on the chest that I opened and it ported me here. First off, not here. I want to go. That's funny. So, freak me out, Ghost. What the hell? Oh, they're tough. No. I'd rather you didn't do that. Kill one. No. Oh. Gonna get clipped, aren't I? That's something. it out! Look at this! What is this? What is he doing? What is that? That's just not right. Wait, that's not right either. Oh god. This place is dangerous. Whatever this is, I'm gathering all of it. That is freaky, man. You don't see me, alright? You don't see me. Yoink. They don't seem to mess with you if you don't mess with them. Maybe that's the point. But I see glowy rocks over there, man. Ow. This is an end game, not end game, but this is a late game area. I'm picking up items that I don't think I should pick up. Down here, bro. Is that a fog wall down there? He doesn't come down here. But yeah, that's my healing done. Oh, that's not a fog wall. Hello? That's a summoning pole. Seek house. Seeking it. Ah, that's wonderful. From stuff don't give up and then give up. Okay, so there's probably a boss down here. Something big. Something spicy. There's nothing here. You suck. There's so many messages are like, bro, invisible wall right here. Got him. Yes, I need 2 more. Oh, wait, did I get an upgrade from my flask? I think I did. I guess I didn't. I thought I did. Let me guess. Hidden path. Sometimes these people are so stupid. Like, sometimes in these kind of games, there are illusory walls that you can get through by either rolling or hitting. And a lot of people like to meme with their... Yeah, I just, I found myself in the upside down, apparently. They don't show you the whole map. The game is expanding while you play it. The map, it's... Okay. So you don't know how big this game is until you see it. Okay, those things... I don't think I want to touch that. Red mist. That sounds bad. Sounds really, really bad. There's something over there. Swamp of Anuia. Oh my god, it's a poison swamp. What's that glowy thing? I bet if I hit that. I need to use a strong attack so I can, like, time it and release. That's not that great. Ow! Oh my gosh, it just turns at the... Oh, it's fast. That guy's chasing it with his frickin'... Maybe that's the way to do it? I don't know, man. Maybe it's magic or something? Or if I just, like, spam when I see it coming my way? I don't know. Almost. I'm gonna stand right here. Wait for it. I can hear it too. Ah! Woo! Mount up and chase it? I might just have to. I think I have to hit it before... What? Was it? Consider me confused, but I think it died. I have to get off my horse. And two-hand this. And then go back up. But I got the thing. What was it? Poison armament. Enchants your right-hand weapon poison. I could learn this. I have the power. Poison greatsword. Let's go. We have to find a greatsword. I can replace the frickin' other spell I have, the assassin spell. All it does is lessens fall damage. That's all it does. Okay, so I'm not taking any of that build up when I'm on my horse in the swamp. Good to know. Rune arc. Sick. Don't know what that is. Can't take this. There's a grace right there. Something that looks like a fog wall up there. I don't trust the look of that bat-looking thing over there. That guy's glowing. But I want grace. That thing has to come to life. Yep. Kill it! Yeah! Cuckoo glintstone. Highly rated message right there. Oh, that's a dev message. Oh, hi. I'm sitting in the ground.
Forgive me. I've been testing you to determine if the Elden Ring would truly have you, if you had the mettle to endure this long and arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace. Very well. Let my
I'll
hand
go.
rest upon you for but a moment.
Game's taking me places where I have no idea. Huh. Hi there.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth.
Nice
I teach
wheel.
incantations, the strength granted us by the Two Fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace. You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the Two Fingers?
Faith stuff. Hello. Fire. Cure poison. Rejection. Wrath of the gods. Urgent heal, I have that. Heal, that's a big AoE heal. That's for PvP mostly. Momentary sparks of flame from my hand. Is that like combustion? And then there's flame sling. Fireball. Well, I do like having a heal, and I don't have a lot of memory slots, but maybe if I go up against a dragon, I don't know. That would be good.
May the golden...
What about this guy over here? Aren't you fancy?
Oh, this is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior,
Probably.
I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard.
My sword stays out.
Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer. There's nothing left to say. Be at your leisure.
Okay. Bro, it's a campfire, but alright. Sure. Pretty cool. Let me see. Is it mine? Determines FP. Nope. Intelligence. Nope. Arcane. I don't know. We'll figure it out. If only I had legs. True.
You're a new face. No matter. It's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Duplication.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it.
He's just stuck here. Ashes of War. Let me check that one. Where is it? Grants affinities and skills to an armament. Determination. So this is poise, right? I think this is poise. Poise. Yeah, whatever. I like my upward swing. Sending people flying is fun. I can't open that. Are you kidding? Well, I could upgrade this greatsword here.
Back already, no matter.
Smithing stones. Okay, I just upgraded it once. It's stronger. so I can't initiate a two-hand in this place. Something back there. Still no item. You guys suck! Behold the door. Oh, that's an imp statue thing that I need keys for. You don't have the right. You don't got the right to go in there. Hello. Hold stomach.
Greetings, great champion called by grace.
Howdy.
I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness.
Is this good for
Doing
Strim?
so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act. Ah, my thanks, great champion. You are very warm.
What is this?
What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
What? Well, what? What does it do? Boosts poise as a consumable. Interesting. What? These are usable? Huh. Cool. So there's not much else to this place. It's that way, I guess. Oh. Hi.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young... She's a servant. She's been my companion. I've lost count of the number, honestly.
Why is it always Edge?
I don't believe we've met. I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number, unless you wish to lay down your life in vain. Those who live in death should be left all the more.
What do you mean by live in death, man? Here. Wow. Tree. True. What's behind the door? I see something. What do you want? Edgelord. They don't want to talk? No way. Huh? Oh, that's Way of the Blue, huh? Trick mirror. Co-op stuff. Knight armor. This is beginning weapons. Gotta farm those out. Oh, wait, memory stone. That's how you do it. You look for memory stones. Okay. That's expensive, though. Door. They're just doors, man. I bet those doors open. How much you want to bet? Alright, can I leave? Elden Ring. Fortnite. Don't give up. Oh no. Is there a boss in here? Do I have to jump? There's no way. Right? That's just death. Screw it. Good luck. What is down here? Oh, invaded. Oh. How hilarious. Thanks for the bell, though. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. Let's see how it is. I can stagger him, but we'll have to try that again. Hey, I want to try it again. What the hell? I need to kill that guy. You'll understand. He must die. I should have messed with my spells before I did this, but it's alright. Come on. It's hard. I can't deny that. can't let him hit me twice. Oh man, that sucks. You're an edgy boy, yes you are. Look at you. No! No! Ah, it's just so unfair, but I'll get him. I'll get him. Please spawn me back in the round table, please. Thank you. Dang it. Get clipped by that, you're dead. I'm definitely not strong enough to fight this guy, but I will kill him. I swear. How many times did I die to him already? 3 times. I'm not keeping up. Okay. Die. Okay. I won't say it. Pew, pew, pew! Ow! My health. That was the wrong thing to try to do. He could kill me if he went all the way through with that. Good dodge. That's another one to the... I got killed counter. It's just creepers all over my face. Jeez. All right. No more funny business. Nope. That's not healthy. What I just did there. No thanks. You two-hand that, I know what you're trying to do. Not gonna have it. Chug-a-lug! Chug-a-luggin'. I'd rather you did. No, please! Makes me think of Frida. Nice. Just gotta know where the cloud is. No thanks. Step in the cloud. Nope. Oh, I don't sucky juice. This is why magic is bad in PvP, by the way. Scythe is 1,000 times more dangerous than this. Oh, woo! See what I mean? That's bad. Oh man. He doesn't run out of FP though. That makes me mad. Wish he would just come at me, dude. Can't let him clip me though. I will just die. He's begging for it. Time to die. What you got for me, huh? Okay. Taunter's Tongue. Interesting. So he only had one heal on him. You could have brought him into these places too, I bet. And that's probably what some people did. First off, tail. Is that a weapon? Time for love. Stop. Okay. This is a faith weapon? Unblockable blade? That's its ability. Wait, this is a fist weapon. Yeah, this is a fist weapon. It requires 30 faith. That's crazy. Shield. Nothing else here, huh? Sure is, hell not gonna open these doors at some point? Okay. The round table hold.
Those who live in death all the more.
The only other reason to come here... The Faith guy, the Smith, this person. I guess there's some keys to unlock with the id things. No! Okay. Now, this place over here looks dangerous. Like, uber dangerous. But that's where I was. Let's keep looking. I was gonna fight a dragon, but this happened. Cha-ching. Poison blade. Stop by the shack at the southern gate. Who are you? Freaking Sorcerer City. Oh. It's the Burger King. We don't care. Come on, get him. There we go. Thank God for pillars. Backstabs. Alright. Whew. I can see what they mean by groups of enemies. Ha! It's like they're made of water. Oh man, this is unsettling how you just walk up to them and... Oh. Footstone fireflies. What? Gonna be another one around a corner somewhere. That's a door that's gonna open, isn't it? The further I walk in here, the more I think I'm gonna walk into an invisible guy. Oh, there's a boss ahead? Be wary of strong foe, it says. But it's a friend ahead? Be wary of dog. Great. boss arena. Where's this dog? That is terrible. I'm gonna run out of my poison buff. That is disturbing.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gari, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret, I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see there. Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Celia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness. The rotting sickness that afflicts. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood. But Millicent's suffering can be ameliorated. For this, you are to find a certain needle. Seek the deep, scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside Celia's bounds. The needle, made from unalloyed gold, is lost somewhere there.
A needle in a swamp. I gotta find a needle in a toxic swamp.
First, you must find its hidden. Then I will tell you the secret of.
So... the dog has nothing to do with it? That's terrifying. That dog is terrifying. Oh no! It's got a long neck. Alright, well. Oh, that's terrifying. That makes sense. Oh god, it's a dog T-Rex. It's like fighting a T-Rex. That's terrifying, dude. I can kill it. But Celia Gateway. Whatever. Was in for a little jog. So, why is there this here if I can't use it? It's gonna turn into a boss later? Boss zone? Oh, that dog's creepy. Try again. That's an opener. You can't just run from that. Interesting. There we go. Ugh. Puppy down. I don't know if the poison did much. But it helped, I guess. I wonder if it's instantaneous damage or if it's buildup. And I'm putting it on a greatsword, so I don't know if it's like gonna build it up any faster. Maybe I need a faster weapon. Be wary of up. Is that gonna drop on me? Ah, death. I guess if you come from this direction, you'd be worrying more about the dog than I kind of did, because I went up behind it. Look at that big-ass thing over there, as well. You're terrifying. There it is. Be wary of up. You gonna throw rocks at me, big boy? Yeah. Okay, fine, I get it. Oh, that's a death. Lol. Well. Do I really care? Honestly, let's go look for things. I could traverse the swamp on the horseback. Dangerous word. Fetid church on a hill somewhere. There's a grace over there. Guess that's the church over there? I can't level up, obviously. I see a big beetle over there. Was I supposed to get something? I'm confused. Regret. Okay. I regret everything. I don't think that's the way. This is just some path through the... Sure. I don't think that's the way, though. I want the swamp. Street of Sage's Ruins. Plants. Fungal boys. Tracking poison missiles. I mean, this place has a name. If you look around. There's a hole in the ground over there. I'll just take that. Traveler's stuff. Grab the thing. Sacramental blood. Sounds good to me. Boy. Later. Is this another teleportation chest? Rock sling. Summons rocks from the earth and sends it flying. That sounds pretty cool. Oh, Lord. Let's go. Flee. Hey, it worked. Oh, up there, huh? That makes more sense. How do I get up there? There's a dude there. There's dudes everywhere. Summoning pole in a sight of whatever that statue is. I forget what that statue's called. That seems like a boss to me. Do I want to mount up on this guy? Well, the site is right there, so... It's a commander, huh? Cool. Nice. Oh, is he gonna summon more? I wonder about this guy. They're taking less damage. Huh. Crap. Circle strafe! He's just gonna summon more people, though, isn't he? For science, I must kill him. What happens if he loses all of his subordinates? Frick! I kind of want to just fight him one-on-one, but I don't know. Oh, I died. That's right. Stupid poison swamp. Yeah, those guys attacking me like that, man. Can't just sit there and hit them. Who'd have thought? That guy hits hard. What is that? I'm gonna fight him straight up. I'm gonna fight him straight up. Let's see what happens. Okay. Maybe now on foot take these guys on? I don't know. Tough. Maybe this is high level. I'm getting my ass kicked. I should be able to take these guys down fast, but I'm not. I need to do something else. I need to go somewhere else, do something else. There's the gate. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, you know what? There's actually this as well. Kind of want to see what that leads to.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word? A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. Ah, as I had hoped. I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master.
Hooray!
'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest.
So I can summon things against him! Look at that.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
Well, later. Cool. Didn't I get a thing? What the heck? There it is. It's a key item. But I can't select it. What? Take a seat. I didn't pick up any of these, did I? Same old, same old. I need to find more of those. Huh. You buff your sword and sit down at a grace, and get right back up. It stays buffed. You get a free buff.
Wait, weren't you... Well, you're back. Care to buy something?
Well, let's level up, I guess. Hopefully I can still do some
I'm glad you've made an excellent...
containers. So I can make things. Rainbow stone. All I need is a ruin fragment? And a crafter's kit, right? Or... this crafter's kit. Unlimited. Robustness. Those are probably brighter. I have plenty of these. I can make a lot of this, I suppose. Cool. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. Alright. Off I go then. Viewpoint down there. Precious item. Oh. And this. I see peoples. Oh. Is this what you were pointing to? Little statue. The catacombs. I see blood pools. What the hell? That sucks. Woo! That back step though. I can see why people died here. the freaking gray rats. DS3. I said it was a weak foe. So these things are all over the place down here, huh? I see one over there. Try gesturing? I'm gonna try it. You better be correct on this, or I swear I'll find you. Nothing. You never know, man. You never know. But definitely not. See you. You're gonna throw shit. No, you are. Right. Yeah. You see me. Creepy mofos. Super dangerous, though. What are you throwing? Oh, you're throwing knives. Grave Violet. You're not gonna come down, that's obvious. Is this a trap hall? Oh god. Aha! Haha! Unacceptable. You can't come down like that. Right, jump attack. Okay. Well, I can go behind that thing. I think. Is there... I hope there's not a baddie over there. I swear. Bonk. Prattling pate? Hello. Oh, okay. That's weird. All right. I'm down for it. Oh, you jump on it, it comes back up. That's freaky. Don't jump on it. Okay, where am I going to? Over there? Oh, there's baddies in there. I want to go up this first. Yep. There's that one down there that I'll have to jump down to get to. That's a big nope from me, dog. I think we're good. Wandering Noble Ashes. Cool. I wish I knew how that worked. Can I switch this with the bell, maybe? Is that like boss battle only? I don't even know, man. Do I even want to? Yeah. Well, he fell down anyways. It's cringe. Cringe! Somewhere a heavy door open? I think I know where. Oh! Freaky! Where did you come from? Okay. Heavy door is up here, yes? Is there a site of respawn close by? I don't think there is. It's just up ahead, yeah. Well, it's a straight shot, actually. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. We'll wait here for now. Should be safe. BRB. All right. Back at it. Let's get in here. I think I have... Well, I do have souls. Actually, hold on. Let's see if we can level up. I can now one-hand the great sword, which is fantastic. Fantastic. And with intelligence... I don't know. One intelligence could let me have intelligence spells. Which would be pretty good. Magic weapon is a really good enchantment. I don't know about the poison one. I feel like that's better for fast weapons with poison buildup. But you'll see. More health is always appreciated. Alright, 2,000 souls to hold on to. This place is freaky. Whatever's on the other end of this fog wall is a boss, there's no doubt about it. Alright. But I can one-hand now. Not that it matters. Well, what the heck? Oh. That is creepy. Oh god. Oh, I should have got hit there. What? That is fast. Okay, so it can breathe fire. Yeah, makes sense. Wait, I have this. Go, 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 go. Oh, so it only works in boss battles, but that's cool. Yeah, get him. Beat him up. Well, it's nice knowing you did. Ow. Hey, distractions. I'm still scared. Oh, I could summon a freaking mage. I could summon mages. That's good. Summoning mages is good. Wait. Hold on a second. First off, I did it. Keep it rolling. Wow. Holy crap. I could summon a mage. So I guess it's only in certain encounters then. It doesn't just... I'm gonna sit back down. Summons 1 noble sorcerer spirit. 5 wandering noble spirits. So that's like a big meat shield. That's just wolves. And this is a mage. Wandering Nobles is probably better for just dealing with aggro, I guess? If you want to distract the boss and have, like, meat shields. But then again, there's this. You can shoot magic. Like, I need to try it. Okay, wait. Yeah, we're good. I could put things in the pouch, though. Do I want that on my bar? Is the question. Or this? I have a better idea. But then there's these? What will these be? Other summons? It's the dogs, but whatever. Alright. We've explored that. Cave ahead. Where do I want to go? Is there one, like, on the coastline, maybe? Flower. There's a thing down there. Big boy. Hi-ya! I missed. Oh, I can't buff my weapon on horseback, apparently. I don't want to fight this guy on horseback while there's rocks everywhere. It sucks. Can't catch me, though. What was that? Explain. Fireball. Okay. Great. Wonderful. My stream deck's not working right now. And I'm being attacked by a giant. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can get away. Okay. So it is. 86. 28 damage. Frickin'. That was a terrible attempt at a fireball, but there it is. I switched scenes on OBS, so I think my stream deck's like, huh? But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. Peace out, man. What is this? Okay, there's nothing. That thing is freaky, and there's 2 of them. Oh, is that a penguin? That's not a penguin. It's just a bird. Huh. That was sick. Upward cut, and then there's a sweep that I just got. What are these skulls just lying around? I bet I could just demolish this guy. I am prepping too much. What? Yeah, see. I didn't need poison. Danger, danger. Precious items ahead. Yeah, just swim, bro. Enemy. Alright, so there's those big things over there that look incredibly uninviting, especially since I have no ranged abilities. What does that symbol mean? That doorway. Try, I did it. Cool. Bird ahead. Yep. Lots of them. Seek fort. kind of don't want to fight those things. Think carefully. Octopus. There's an item over there. Tempting. Land octopuses. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. Not really. Oh. Red eyes. No. Force combat, please. Yeah. Good thing you can loot on horseback, too. Raise the edge tree. Okay, this is the guy who was like... Wait, this is a different guy. Hello?
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
You look familiar. Those are expensive. Short bow would be nice, though. Just to have something. Oh. Feed torrent, huh?
All done? Well.
Well. Dog. Likely dog. Only I had a bridge. Behold cave. Huh? Fine. You could do it. So I need to find a cave? God, the frames. Golden rule. That's a jump. That's a jump too. There's some things down there. No! Oh. It doesn't kill you. Boing. Boing. Whoa. But now I'm up here. But now I'm up here. I know where I am, too. Like, I'm at the starting area. Does this guy have any new dialogue after all this time? Hello.
Oh, well done. Well done indeed. You made it through that entire mess all the way to Stormvale. And off you trotted to the Round Table Hold. My sincerest congratulations. But how did you find the Round Table? Oh, you don't have to say it. Before, the Round Table was chock full of venerated warriors. But now, it's home to puff chests and has-beens. I fear you've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you. But still, the Round Table has its perks. Why not earn a seat? Fly straight and true, so to speak. Ah, then you're interested. A wise choice indeed. To join the Round Table proper, you must acquire a great rune and request audience with the two fingers in the inner chamber. They are the purported masters of the grace that guides your kind, the Tarnished. Yes. Pay them a visit, so that you may see for yourself. Challenge Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale, to acquire a great rune. Decrepit he may be, but a demigod he remains. And of course, an inheritor of a great rune. Worse yet, I hear old Godric's acquired a ferocious new toy to graft. So, prepare for the worst.
Okay.
What's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be earning your... Then you must, for without agree with the two...
So there's the big guy again. Okay, level up. But I do want to go over here instead. Come on! That was dumb of me. That was pure stupidity. Walks up to you. Dirt. This guy still hits like a truck. Dodge that. Let's go. We must carry on. Said that. And then the music stops. Wait, I can summon things. It's not gonna help me, probably. This calls for the group of summons. But yeah, I think I need to exploit that a little bit. Runes. Oh, runes. I must keep you. 1,400 runes. Not worth losing. Nope, that's not right. Oh, I can't do it. Alright, that's your freebie. I deserve to get hit there. How about my strong attack, he says. Staggered so bad. How many times did I die there? Oh man, I lost track. We're gonna add 4 to it. It's 28. Also, stuff I have to look at. Okay. Might as well get the other guy back. So he did a little bit of damage. I did it! Whee! Oh, I can't. Oh, I have to do it before. Interesting. I'm an idiot. Beating him up, though. Missed. Still hit me. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Ow. Oh. There it is. Don't lose focus. Just because he's pulling out new moves. What is that move, man? The one shot? Do I have to dodge into him? I don't understand. I dodge the other side of him or something? Jeez. Jeez, little weakness. Okay. Pre-summon. Alright. I don't like this. I didn't pick that up. These fences gonna get me plugged up. Wrong. Again. 30. That's a lot of death. Alright. Oh, it's not over here. I have been at this for a while. I'm getting kind of a headache because I'm tired, and I've been at this for almost, well, 7.5 hours here. So I think I'm gonna just save it and call it here for today. Anyway, I guess just sitting saves it. So, all right. Until next time, guys. Peace out. It's been real fun. I gotta get out of this first, though. Yes. Okay. Alright. Until next time, guys.